everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday, only here on YouTube. Also live on Oldies and More Radio. We are live tonight. Hope everybody had a great Christmas. I did. I was on the day after Christmas. I did that All 78 show. I was telling actually, I got off on a bunch of tangents on that show, talking about my work history and everything else. So if you go back and check that, I didn't want to do that. Although, I don't know, I just get into it. You know, it's a lax atmosphere here, listening to records here. So it's kind of like I don't know, I'm like talking to friends that are tuned in. I consider many of you good friends to both Johnny G and also to the show. Thank you so much. I have to tell you, thank you so much for all your support. The people that have sent me emails and requests and your correspondence with your emails is really overwhelming to me, but I try to answer each and every one. I try to comment on all that. Sometimes I miss a few or whatever, but it really is kind of like a funny thing how all this just happened. So anyway, I'm so glad to present my collection to many new people that have been finding out about the music, and also old collectors that are well advanced and know a lot of these records, and maybe they're hearing a couple that they've never heard before. That is a good thing. But thank you all for being here. This is the last show of 2024, and I think I picked a couple of records to play tonight, like my favorite by the Pastels on Argo Records. But we opened up with a request for listener. Oh wait, is this the wrong one? I was reading John Ferry. No, we opened up. I said the right date, right? December 28th. Yeah, December 28th, 2024, Vinyl Treasure Show. But we opened up tonight with an instrumental request for listener Big Dave Swinger. Thank you, Big Dave, for your big O list of requests. I got enough to pick from for a while. He requested a tenor saxophonist, originally from Watts, California, became friends with Johnny Otis, who I think at the time was working with Herman Lubinsky and Savoy Records, so he would have his first release on the Savoy label in late 1948. Then he signed with Leon Renee's exclusive label and recorded for other West Coast labels like Universal Fox and Aladdin and Imperial. Then he signed with Sid Nathan's Federal record label. He had 8 releases on the Federal label. Big Dave requested his second, a song he wrote together with his brother Bob. So you just heard Big J McNeely and his orchestra there. It actually says Big J McNeely. December 52 on the Federal record banner with Just Crazy, which sometimes Johnny G gets crazy, but it's a lot of fun with this laid-back attitude that I have. And, sometimes Johnny G goes crazy, but hopefully not tonight. Well, thank you all again for all your support. We're going to open up here the vocal portion with a request for listener Edmund Williams. And this is an appropriate record to play around this holiday time. I think this is my only holiday record for today. It's by Billy Ward and his Dominoes. Most of the releases that Billy Ward and the Dominoes had were on the Federal record label, but Sid Nathan switched him over to the King Pop series, which was the 1000 series. 7 releases on the 1000 series. Edmund requested their second, a tune written by the lead singer on this, who is Billy Ward. Billy Ward doing lead on this from November 53. This is by request for Edmund Williams in our YouTube chat room. Billy Ward and his Dominoes on King. It's called Ringing, Charlene, with an R. Ringing in a Brand New Year. This is going out to Edmund Williams in our YouTube chat room.
At the stroke of midnight on that great holiday, we're gonna have a ball, and that's not all. I'm gonna chase the blues away. I'll be
ringing in a brand new year.
I'll be
ringing in a brand new year.
take a chance on romance while I'm ringing in a brand new year. Gonna be a big parade. Got my resolutions made. Listen, dear, won't you meet me here while I'm ringing in a brand new year? Gonna ride a bubble way up above the stars. Maybe while I twirl above the world, I'm gonna take a little trip to Mars. I'll be ringing in a brand new year. I'll be ringing in a brand new year. Gonna dance, gonna prance, take a chance on romance while I'm ringing in a brand new year. Gonna be a big parade. Got my resolutions made. Listen, dear, won't you meet me here while I'm ringing in a brand new year? Sailing down a rainbow, I'll flirt with Lady Moon. If she breathes a sigh or winks her eye, well then I won't get back till June. I'll be ringing in a brand new year. I'll be ringing in a brand new year. Gonna dance, gonna prance, take a chance on romance while I'm ringing in a brand new year. Gonna be a big parade. Got my resolutions made. Listen, dear, won't you meet me here? Listen, dear, won't you meet me here? Listen, dear, won't you meet me here? I'm ringing in a brand new year.
Yeah, we open up the vocal portion there with the sound of Billy Ward and his Dominoes, November 1953 release. It's on Sid Nathan's King record label, the Maroon King. I had this on a 78. I ended up pulling it back for the Thursday show. I could have played it on a 78, but there you go. That's Billy Ward on lead, Ringing in a Brand New Year. It says bringing, should be ringing. And that one there by request for Edmund Williams. You know, we count down the music chronologically here on the Saturday night show. Also on the Thursday afternoon 78 show. But let's start it off here with the year 1951. And this is a request for listener James Stone in our YouTube chat room. This singer, songwriter, and pianist, born in Dallas, Oregon, was discovered singing in a Detroit nightclub. He was singing in a Detroit nightclub, and someone from OK Records heard him singing, the R&B OK label, and ended up signing him to the OK record label. And this was his debut single. It's a song he wrote. It's with Maurice King and his Wolverines. They're providing the instrumentation. And I guess when you ring in a brand new year, sometimes it goes with some adult beverages, okay? And I don't know how many of you gals drink the adult beverages, but that's what this song is about a little bit. From August 1951, for listener James Stone in our YouTube chat room, Johnny Ray on the OK record label, and he's singing about whiskey and gin.
I've got a gal who drinks whiskey and gin. Oh yes, now I've got a gal who drinks whiskey and gin. Oh well, she kisses me goodnight, she hugs and squeezes me tight. Oh Lord, I love it so. And then she turns out the light, there ain't a cloud in sight. She leads me to the river where the still waters flow. Oh, I've got a gal who drinks whiskey and gin. But who knows where love begins or how it ends. Oh yes, I guess I know that lush life's gonna have to go. Even though it ain't a sin to of a gal who drinks whiskey and gin. Oh, now listen to me, kisses me goodnight. She hugs and squeezes me tight. Oh, Lord, I love it so. And then she turns out the light. There ain't a cloud in sight. She leads me to the river where the still waters flow. Oh, yes, I've got a gal who drinks whiskey and gin. But who knows? Who can tell me where love begins or how it ends? Oh, well, now I never much cared what other folks say. I want to love my baby in my own special way. But she drinks my whiskey, lots of whiskey and gin. Oh, gin.
Here you go. That's by request for James Stone in our YouTube chat room there. That's actually a pretty good record, I have to say. I like that tune. I had it in the collection for years, never featured it here on the program, but I'm glad I did. August 1951, that's the debut single for Johnny Ray. Johnny Ray on the OK record label. Whiskey and Gin is the name of the tune. Of course, his follow-up to this was a big hit for him, a song called Cry, backed with the little white cloud that cried, with the four lads backing him up. So there you go. That's going out to James Stone in our YouTube chat room. Let's stay in 1951. Let's fill a request for listener Casey Hines in Paris as we head to Washington, D.C. now for the sound of the Clovers. As they signed with Atlantic Records. They had 22 releases on the Atlantic record label, and Casey requested their second. They recorded this July 12th of 1951 at the WHOM Studios here in New York City. It features John Buddy Bailey on lead. We go to August 1951. The Clovers on Atlantic for Casey Hines. It's called Fool, Fool, Fool.
Da 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 Fool, 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 that I was to fall for you. Fool, 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 that I was to fall for you. Oh, what a fool I was to think you could love me. Well, the first time that I met you, you looked so doggone sweet. When you walked down the street, I said, there goes my meat. Fool, that I was to fall for you. Oh, what a fool I was to think you could love me. I can't forget you, darling, though I'm left out in the cold. I guess I still love you and will always be the same. Oh, fool, 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 that I was to fall for you. Oh, what a fool I was to think you could love me too.
what a great sound there. Those are the Clovers there. They're liking that group there in our YouTube chat room. That's by request for Casey Hines in Paris. August 1951, that's their second release on the Yellow and Black Atlantic record label. Fool, Fool, Fool is the name of the tune. Buddy Bailey on lead. The flip side is what? Needless, I think, is the flip side of that. A great ballad. Johnny G here on a Saturday. If you are new to the program, as this show has been exploding, I never had over 1,500 people or listeners go to my Saturday night show from last week. So thank you for that. That is a really cool thing, and I hope you heard some cool tunes that you enjoyed. Again, if you have a request, you can send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That is the contact for your host, Johnny G. I don't have everything now. I have a lot, but not everything. I have some things. Well, maybe a little bit more than some things. Again, I've been collecting for a lifetime. It's not that easy to put together, to have all these records when you're collecting as a high school student back in 1976. I graduated, but before then. But when you're passionate about the music, it comes to you easier. And again, if you have the money. When I first started, I had no money. I was like, oh, I got $500 for my birthday present. I'm going to buy a $20 record. Okay. So that's what I did. And I kind of built up all these records. Now, sometimes it's a little bit overwhelming sometimes because you're playing real records, and it can be problematic sometimes. But my mother helps me all the time. My mother's my biggest fan. My mother, Maggie Galindo, she helps me a lot. And she's watching all your work. She came up to the show last week, which was a thrill. I didn't expect it, but she did. But let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We move into 1953. Let's fill a request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. Thank you, Indrajit, for all your support this year in promoting the show over in the UK with all those UK dancers and whatnot. But Indrajit wants to send this song out to a record hound, Darren, in our YouTube chat room, and also Julian McCroy, this gal born Fanny Tuell in Essex County, New Jersey. She was caught singing at the Royal Peacock Club in Atlanta, Georgia by Ruth Brown, and Ruth got her an audition with Herb Abramson of Atlantic Records, and she ended up joining Joe Morris's Cavalcade. But then when Joe Morris left to go to Herald Records, she went along. And her married name, Faye Shrugs, but she recorded as Faye Adams. And this is the B-side to her debut single. The A-side of this is a song called Shake a Hand. Was a big hit for her. But Indrajit requested the flip side here from August 1953. Let's give a listen to Faye Adams. Faye Adams on the Herald label. This has a warp in it, but it plays okay. It plays better than my other copy, which Shake a Hand plays better on the flip, but not on this side. So who would think it? But anyway, for Indrajit Advani, sending it out to Darren and Julian. Faye Adams with a B-side. It's called I've Gotta Leave You. Faye Adams.
Well, you're no good, but baby, I won't deceive you. You're no good, but baby, I won't deceive you. I found me somebody else, so you know that I gotta leave you. So dry your eyes, stop that mournful crying. Yeah, dry your eyes, stop that mournful crying. I can't give up this man, but Lord knows I've been trying. Baby, if I could do it, sure, I'd take you back. Yes, if I could do it, sure, I'd take you back. 'Cause now I found me a man with everything you lack. But at last I found you out. Now the tide has turned about. You treated me unkind. Now your tears run down like wine. I stuck through thick and thin, but never again. Bye, 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 bye. Baby, I'm through with you till the day I
die. B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's the flip side of Shake a Hand by Faye Adams. Song entitled I've Gotta Leave You is the name of the tune. That's with Joe Morris. With the Joe Morris Orchestra, a swinging tune there by request for a UK listener, Indrajit Advani, going out to Record Hound and Julian McCroy, August 53. I've Gotta Leave You on the Herald record label. Johnny G ain't leaving yet. Got a long way to go here. So for your relaxing on the couch, Tom Shaughnessy, who got his tablet back. That is a good thing. As we continue here, we are in the year 1953. Fill a request for listener Gordy Freeman. Gordy Freeman sending excellent requests always, and a big fan of the show. Thank you, Gordy, for all you've done this year for the Vinyl Treasure Show. As we head to the Bronx, New York, for the sound of the Crickets. This was their first release on Joe Davis's JD record label, and Davis sent this one out to Billboard. He often did not do that, but he did send this one out to Billboard, and they rated it excellent. And so anyway, it's their first of 6 on Joe Davis's JD record label, and this one plays nice. Sometimes the Joe Davis 45's do not, and the 78's, Lord knows they don't play well. But it features the great Dean Barlow on lead, July 1953. These are the Crickets by request for Gordy Freeman on JD Records. It's called When I Met You.
When I met you, my poor heart had just started to mend, and now you've got it crying again, crying again. When I met you, I had faith in no one that I knew, and now you've made me lose faith in you. Why can't I find someone who would love me or leave me alone? Why doesn't fate someday send me a maid that I could have just for my own? When I met you, I had thought I had lost someone true, but now I find I'm losing you. When I met you, I thought I had lost someone true, but now I find I'm losing you when I'm with you.
That one there by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of Dean Barlow and the Crickets. That's their first release on the JD record label. Prior to a recording for JD, they had two on the MGM label. Then Joe Davis started this label, JD Records, and that was the group's first release, July 1953. When I Met You is the name of the tune. That Spence Wooten sold me that 45 many, many years ago. As we continue here, we are in the year 1953. Let's go to Detroit, Michigan with a request for listener M9. This is not an easy 45 to find. I think Surich, Greg Surich's, he was great. I miss Greg already. Died suddenly, unfortunately, but he was a year older than me. I'm 66, so he would have been 67, but he never made it to 67. But you know, the funny thing is about it, not that I'm not knocking all the all the dealers that always pick up loads of records. But the thing with Greg was, and I wanted to say this because he was always going to all the record shows and whatnot, so he knew when something never turned up or it always turned up. And I would talk to him often, sometimes a couple times. I didn't speak to him for a couple of years, but then he always came back. But he would go to all the record shows around the United States. And some people didn't like Greg. I always got along with Greg. He sold me lots of great records in my collection like this one, but he would know on certain records that never turned up. I mean, they would turn up in people's collections because, back in the early 60s, a lot of these things were easy to find. But then later on, with somebody like myself who grew up during the disco era, I didn't know any of these records, and he was working for Louis and whatnot, so he saw a lot of stuff that would come into Louis's possession too. So, but he would always call me for big records back then because he said, this guy pays for records. Okay, well, all right, well, not that I like to hear that, but this was not a cheapo record for Johnny G, but it's a request for listener Mnon as we go to Detroit, Michigan. This group initially recorded as the Musketeers. I have the 78 on the Roxy label. I may have featured it here, I don't know, on the 78 show, but they also recorded for Swing Time, which I don't have. And then they also recorded as the Royals on the Venus label. I have that on a 78 and a 45. And then later they would be known as the Royal Jokers, but prior to that they were known as the Serenaders, and they had releases on Coral, JVB, Swing Time, and Sid Nathan's Deluxe record label. And this features their dual leads, I think, here, Norman Thrasher and Theron Hill. And this is a request for listener Mnon. Let's go to November of 53 for the sound of the Serenaders on the Deluxe label. The song is called Please, Please Forgive Me, for Mnon.
I tried to apologize for the way I acted last night, 'cause I know what I did was right. Please, please forgive me. We've had
you go. That's going out to Amnon there. The Sound of the Serenaders, November 1953 release on Sid Nathan's Deluxe Records. Deluxe Records was out of Cincinnati, Ohio. And this group out of Detroit, Michigan, Please, Please Forgive Me is the name of the tune. Johnny G doesn't forgive so easily, though. That is a fact. But anyway, let us continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in the year 1953. And who is this for, Charlene? I think this is for, it doesn't say. Who requested this? Daniel Kubacki did. It's not up at the top there. We go to Baltimore, Maryland here, and I played the flip side of this, the B side of this, on a 78 on Thursday, the Thursday afternoon show, a song called Write and Tell Me Why. But this is the A side, and it was their follow-up to Crying in the Chapel, which was the group's biggest hit. I think this was the group's second biggest hit. This made it up to number 7 on the Billboard R&B chart. This was a big number 1 record on WPEN in Philadelphia. And I'm talking about the Orioles, Sonny Till and the Orioles, by request for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room, September 53, the Orioles on Jubilee. It's called In the Mission of St. Augustine for Daniel.
In the mission of St. Augustine, we said farewell. And we made a vow to meet again as teardrops fell. But now I wait alone while the candles burn. My darling, where are you? Won't you please return to the mission of St. Augustine? I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. And the vesper bells will chime their song just for us two. I'll kneel and say for that moment when in the mission of St. Augustine we'll meet again. In the mission of St. Augustine, I'll wait for you. And the vesper bells will chime their song just for us two. I'll kneel and say a prayer for that moment when in the mission of St. Augustine we'll meet again.
September 1953 release for the Orioles. Sonny Till and the Orioles there on the Jubilee record label, In the Mission of St. Augustine. That one there going out to Daniel Kubacki. You know, Johnny G don't take no crap here. So those of you have to play nice here in the chat room. If you don't, you're banned. That's what I do. So listen, don't cross me, because I ain't a person to be crossed. So anyway, this is a nice friendly group here. We don't want no disruptors here. So that's a warning to people. There you go. And you got something to say it to me. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and we are in the year 1953. Let's go to Cleveland, Ohio now. Fill a request for listener Chris Reed, as with the help of Alan Freed, this group ended up signing with Chess Records, and in exchange for that favor, Freed was to get writer credits on their records. Okay, well, listen, that's the price you have to pay, right? And their first release on the Chess label was a tune called Nadine, which was a big hit for the group, a big R&B hit for the group, number 3 for the group. They followed it up with this tune, written by the lead singer of the group, his name, Charles Carruthers. And this is from November of 1953. This is a request for Chris Reed, the Coronets on the Chess label for Chris Reed. It's called It Would Be Heavenly, the Coronets.
Do-wah, 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 ooh.
It would be heavenly just to know that you still care for me. Yet I wonder as days depart if I hold a spot in your heart. I sit inside and cry, and I worry. My heart is heavy and deep or lonely. Won't you let me know what's in your heart? It would be heavenly if the Lord would make you care. I'd be free from all my sorrows and free from all despair. I sit inside, then cry and worry. My heart is heavy and deep or lonely. Won't you let me know what's in your heart? It would be heavenly just to know you belong to me. I'd be free from all my sorrow and free from all despair.
As by request for listener Chris Reed, those are the Coronets. That comes on red vinyl too, which is a lot more expensive than the black vinyl. November 1953, that's their second release for the Coronets on the Chess label. It Would Be Heavenly is the name of the tune. Charles Carruthers, he's the lead singer. They have two more on Groove Records, and then another one on a label called Sterling, which I have featured here on the program. Johnny G is your disc jockey for a Saturday evening. Thank you all for being here. If you're new to the program, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. Tell your friends about this program here. I play the records by year of release. And so it takes some time to put the stuff together. I mix and match, and Charlene, my administrative assistant, helps me put this show together as she accumulates all your requests, and I feature them here on the program. We are in the year 1954 now. Let's go back to Detroit, Michigan, and Big Dave recognized this song. This is one of his requests. This group recorded for Sid Nathan's Deluxe record label. But no, actually before that, they were known as the Thrillers, recording for the Thriller label, I think, and also on the Big Town. I have them on Big Town Records, but they did 5 on Sid Nathan's Deluxe records. This is their second. It features Joe Murphy on lead. We go to May of 1954 for the Five Jets. The Five Jets on Deluxe for Big Dave. It's called I Want a Woman. The Five Jets.
Satisfy my soul. I want a woman. I want a woman. I want a woman, big fat woman. I want a woman, big foot woman. I want a woman, bow-legged woman. I want a woman who can satisfy my soul. Give me a woman from the east, a woman from the west, any old woman who can dig this mess. I want a woman who can satisfy my soul.
Woman, I want a woman. I want me a woman. I want a woman.
Bald-headed woman, I want a woman, cross-eyed woman, I want a woman, toothless woman, I want a woman, bow-legged woman, I want a woman, big-foot woman. Well, satisfy my soul.
I want a bald-headed woman.
I want a cross-eyed woman.
I want a little skinny woman.
I want a bow-legged woman.
Any old woman who can satisfy my soul.
There you go. By request there for Big Dave Swinger, the sound of the Five Jets. That's their second of 5 on the Deluxe record label, May 1954. I Want a Woman is the name of the tune. Well, my woman, she called me today. She was working on some mosaic art. She did this cat with the glass, and I said, I told her, and she knew I was busy with the show. Barbara knew I was busy with the show today, so she said, did you see my post on Facebook? I said, I didn't get a chance to see it. Let me go look at it now. So she's been into this mosaic art, and I think she made like an what's that, Ma? Well, stay right there. Where are you? Why didn't you call me on the phone? Well, no, but you can hand it. Ma, don't just stay there. You're not supposed to come up the stairs. Oh my goodness. Well, anyway, let's move on to the next tune here. We are in the year 1954, so I had to say, Jack Saperstein, thank you for your phone call yesterday. It's always great to talk to Jack. And Jack loves the 78 show, and he has a part in that 78 show too. So thank you, Jack, for all of that. And he tunes into the program. Sometimes when football games are on, he does not, but since we have the archive, he is, and he may be watching right now. So he said to me, I said to Jack, Jack, tell me, make a request, give me a song to play. And he goes, all your songs I like to hear. I says, no, you're being too humble. Just give me a song that you'd like to hear. He goes, well, you're going to impress me if you can play this song. So I wasn't sure. So I went to look, and I had it checked off in my book. So I said, okay. So I went looking for it, and I found it. I had 2 copies of the record. Don't ask me why. But, Jack, I did find your request. And now, we heard from this singer earlier in the program. James Stone requested Johnny Ray on OK Records. So I think Jack told me he just recently got a CD with his Columbia years. Okay. But the interesting thing about this song is the writer of it, even though there is a group backing him up on this. So the writers on here are Barry Parker, and where's Fred? Where is Fred when you need Fred? The other writer is Jerry Samuels. Does anybody know who Jerry Samuels is? Well, he had, was it 1966? Jerry Samuels had a hit with a song called They're Coming to Take Me Away. I think that was the record on Warner Brothers Records as Napoleon the 14th. Well, he co-wrote this tune for Johnny Ray. And there's a group, there is some chorus in the background here. They're not the 4 lads. I don't know who they are. But it's from June of 54. This is a special request for listener Jack Saperstein. This is Johnny Ray on Columbia, and the song is called To Every Girl, To Every Boy, parentheses, The Meaning of Love. And this is for Jack Saperstein. Johnny Ray.
Baba, Baba, Baba.
To every girl, to every boy whose empty heart has known no joy, this emptiness is part of your love story till you know the meaning of love. To everyone who feels afraid, it's only life that's on parade, and life may bring you tears in place of glory till you know the meaning of love. There may be pain, there may be misery, all this may be along with ecstasy. Don't think these things are far above you. It's always so when someone loves you. Your day will come, your eyes will shine, and you will cry, this love is mine. And suddenly your heart will tell you, you know the meaning of love. There may be pain, there may be misery, all this may be along with ecstasy. Don't think these things are far above you. It's always so when someone loves you. Your day will come, your eyes will shine, and you will cry, this love is mine. And suddenly your heart will tell you, you know the meaning of love.
Here you go. That's special request there for Jack Saperstein. That's Johnny Ray in chorus from June 1954. That was his, I went and counted these two. His 13th release on the Columbia record label. To Every Girl, to Every Boy, The Meaning of Love is the name of the tune. And again, written by Napoleon the 14th, a.k.a. Jerry Samuels. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Have to see, Ma, is that thing working okay? Okay, I will be down there and I'll fix the chat for you. And as we continue here, 1954, and up next, we fill a request for listener Tommy Albergo. And I showed you, this record originally released on John Dolphin's Lucky record label. And it doesn't really sound so good. And I have a mint copy of this. The grooves are too close together. It doesn't sound well. Maybe if I play it with a 78 needle, it'll play a little better. But the Decca, the masters were sold to Decca, and they sound great. They sound great. And Tommy requested the Hollywood Flames. And this features a Gaynell Hodge on lead. He also wrote this tune. It's from October of 54, featuring it on Decca Records. This is for Tommy Albergo, the Hollywood Flames, with their tune called Peggy. It's very Johnny G having a tough time tonight, boy. The last show of the year. There you go. That one there going out to listener Tommy Albergo. That's the sound of the Hollywood Flames. Gaynell Hodge, I think when Gaynell Hodge finally became a member of the group, I think, well, not that I have anything against Bobby Nunn. I don't. But he had such a great voice, Gaynell Hodge. There you go for Tommy Albergo. The sound of the Hollywood Flames. Featured it on the Decca promo. They sound so great on the vinyl there. October 54, song entitled Peggy. Let's move to 1955 here. Johnny G's still not done with the tablet yet. But we're going to fill a request for listener Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room, and he wants to send this one out to UK listener Indrajit Advani and all the UK listeners as we go to Chicago now to Leonard Allen's United record label. And I really like both sides of this 45. The group is called the Pastels, not to be confused with the Been So Long Pastels. This group is out of Chicago. They had just one release on the United record label. And I think this is the intended A-side of the 45. It features Fred Buckley on lead. This is from December of 1955 by request for Mike Sape in Connecticut. He's in our YouTube chat room. This is going out to all the UK listeners. That includes Mark and Tony C. and Indrajit. The Pastels on United. It's called Boom Diddy Boom. The Pastels.
Oh, boom diddy boom. My heart went boom, boom. When you walked in the room, my heart went boom. Boom diddy boom. I love you so. Oh, boom diddy dad. You know I care. By the way that I stare. All day, boom diddy boom. Now play your tune. I'm eating out of your spoon. So play your tune. Boom diddy bop. Don't stop, don't stop. Let me put a little bug in your ear. Trust me, honey, don't have no fear. Come on and kind of throw a little smile my way, or I'll stand here staring at you all day. Boom, diddy, boom. I'll play your tune. I'm eating out of your spoon. So play your tune. Oh, boom, diddy, bop. Don't stop, don't stop.
Go. That's by request for Mike Sape in Connecticut. It's in our YouTube chat. That's going out to all those dancers in the UK. That includes Indrajit Advani, Tony C., and Mark Himfin, East End Mark. Those are the Pastels. That's Fred Buckley on lead. Boom Diddy Boom is the name of the tune. That came out in December of 1955 on the United record label. That is Leonard Allen's United Records. And yes, Big Dave Swinger, this is the, and I got this at a good price too. You can't go wrong paying $10 for this record. If you put your arms around me, I showed you the short title there. That's the first way, the long title. And that is the harder one to get. Johnny G here on a Saturday. We are in the year 1955 here. That Pastels was from 55. And this request for listener Bill Schmaltz is from 1955. Bill is in our YouTube chat room. This is a classic tune as we stay in Chicago for the sound of the Flamingos. This is their third release on Al Benson's Parrot record label. For you collectors out there, I showed you 2 copies of this, as this is on some people think that the shiny red parrot is the first. It is not. It is the flat maroon color parrot. That is the true first for this, the dark maroon print. And this features the great Nate Nelson on lead. I love this tune here, and we're going to send it out by request for Bill Schmaltz, January 55, the Flamingos on Parrot. The song is called I'm Yours.
Someday I'll hear you say I'm yours. Darling, I'm yours. Every kiss says I'm yours. Can't you see it in my eyes? Can't you hear it in my song? I'm yours. Oh, my life and my love, dear, are yours to command. I stand here before you, my heart in my hand. I'm yours. All the world knows I'm yours, and I only hope and pray that someday I'll hear you say I'm yours.
There you go with the great sound of the Flamingos there. That's by request for Bill Schmaltz in our YouTube chat room. That's the great Nate Nelson on lead. On Parrot Records, January 1955 release, song entitled I'm Yours. Johnny G is yours on a Saturday evening. Thank you all for being here. Those of you finding out about my YouTube channel, those of you tuned in on the YouTube stream, please consider subscribing to my YouTube page. This is the third, well, we didn't do a show Wednesday, but it would have been the third show of the week here. And but Johnny G did not do a Wednesday night soul show. I will be here on New Year's Day, beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Time for Soul 45's out of my collection. No, Thursday I will not do the 78 show. That'll be the week after. And then I'll be back here on a Saturday night spinning your requests as we continue here. And let's do a flip side from the last show. Played a request for Frank Chingaro by a group called The Clicks on Jerry Blaine's Josie record label, and I think Frank also requested the flip side of the 45, so we're going to send this one out to Frank and Jerry Chingaro, tuned into the program, or they were tuned into the program. But this is from, doesn't say the year. These are the Clicks. The Clicks, it's got to be 55, right, Charlene? These are the Clicks on the Josie label for Frank Chingaro. It features Prentice Polk on lead. The song is called Peace and Contentment. This is for Frank and Jerry.
hard to bear. Can't seem to find a friend well, but I'm gonna find peace and contentment somewhere. I'm like a blind man who couldn't see. Darkness just bothers me, but I'm gonna find peace and contentment somewhere. Yes, my father kicked me out. My mother, she turned me down. Yes, my sister, for my clothes. My brother stole my wife and left town. I guess I'll never know how my loved ones, they could hurt me so. Still, I'm gonna find peace and contentment somewhere. Peace and contentment somewhere. Peace and contentment somewhere.
There you go. That one there by request for Frank and Jerry Gingaro. That's the sound of the Clicks. The Clicks from 1955. Charlene, you got to fix that. That's on the Josie record label. Peace and Contentment is the name of the tune. That's Prentice Polk on lead. And Frank is one of the co-hosts of the Rhythm and Blues Serenade. You can hear the Rhythm and Blues Serenade on WRHU FM 88.7 on your dial. That is Sundays. They will be on tomorrow between 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 and 5. They had a great special last Sunday with Bill Olb. He did his Christmas special on the program there, and I only knew one song, though actually two songs. I knew the first song, the first one that Bill played, and the last one by the Ravens. But they are on WRHU FM 88.7. Now, on the stream there, I always use the stream called streaming. I mean, so when I call it up in my search engine, you'll see a couple of links, and I found another one, another link there. I think it's called under radio.net. That looked like it was the best one, but I never tried that one. But it was there. I was able to see it on my PC. So that looks like that might be the better link to use. But you have to search for it, and you'll find it. You'll see it there. They do a live program on Sundays. They will be on tomorrow afternoon, beginning at 3 p.m. Listen to Frank and Gordon on the Rhythm and Blues Serenade. Johnny G's here on a Saturday as we continue here. And I didn't get the next record on here because I finally got the tablet fixed from my mother. She couldn't find the check, but I got it. But stay there. Let me put this record on. Oh my gosh. At least I'm getting my exercise here. Let's fill a request now for James Stone in our YouTube chat room. This a vocalist, songwriter, and actor. I think you mean Springfield, Massachusetts, Charlene. He was in wait. Is that a movie, Charlene? World War... I don't know what to say there. But his name is Eddie Fontaine and the Excels from March of 1955. But his name is Edward Henry Reardon, but he recorded as Eddie Fontaine. This is his second of 5 on the X record label. And this tune written by Roy Jordan and Sid Bass. And there's a vocal group backing him up, the Excels. This is a Sid Bass, not bass, Johnny, Bass. Oh, I'm losing my mind tonight. March 1955, Eddie Fontaine and the Excels on X for James Stone. It's called On Bended Knee.
On bended knees, I'm kneeling before you, begging forgiveness to say I adore you. Take me back, baby, please, please, begging you, baby, please, please, on bended knees. On bended knees, I'm saying I'm sorry. I learned my lesson, won't give you no worry. Take me back, baby, please, please, begging you, baby, please, please, on bended knees. I played the field, thought I had it made, when each new girl came by. But now I find you're the one I need. Now I'm sadder and wiser and ready to eat humble pie. On bended knees, I'm kneeling before you. Give me just one more chance, I humbly implore you. Take me back, baby, please, please, begging you, baby, please, please, on bended knees. I played the field, thought I had it made, when each new girl came by. But now I find you're the one I need. Now I'm sadder and wiser and ready to eat humble pie. On bended knees, I'm kneeling before you. Give me just one more chance, I humbly implore you. Take me back, baby, please, please, begging you, baby, please, please, on bended knees.
On bended knees, on bended knees, on bended knees, on bended knees.
As March 1955 release there for Eddie Fontaine and the Excels. That's on the X label. That was a subsidiary of RCA Records, song entitled On Bended Knee. Of course, he has other releases on the X Records would become Vic Records, also recorder for Decca and J-Lo and Brunswick and Argo and Chancellor and Warner Brothers. He does actually a cool rockin' tune called Nothing Shakin', parentheses, but the leaves on the trees. That was on the Sunbeam label. Who said something like that in the chat room one night to Johnny G? Johnny G having a rough night tonight, the last show of the year here on the Vinyltreasure show as we continue here. We are in the year 1955, and let's fill a request for listener, I think Charlene doesn't have it here. I think this was for Tommy. I think this was for Tommy Albergo, Charlene. Please tell me if it was. She doesn't have it here. Oh, gee whiz. But I bought this 45 from Louis Silvani's Times Square record label. This is on Herb Slotkin's Grand record label as we go to Philadelphia now. This is a great tune here. It features Kent Peeler on lead, September 1955. These are the Dreamers on the Grand record label. The song is called Tears in My Eyes, I think for Tommy Albergo.
Tears in my
Yeah, that's going out to listener Tommy Albergo, tuned into the program. That's September 1955. That, I think, is the original version of the song. The Dreamers there, Kent Peeler on lead, the Dreamers. On Herb Slotkin's grand record label, Tears in My Eyes is the name of the tune. Yes, Gordy mentions that there are a number of versions of this song. Some of them a little bit different, but basically from this recording. And they also have another great release on the Rollin' record label. That's also a hard 45 to find. Johnny G here, losing my mind on a Saturday evening here, but it's all in fun. This is the only time I get to enjoy my 45s when I play them for you, the Vinyl Treasure listeners. We're streaming live on Oldies and More Radio, also live on the YouTube. I couldn't get the chat up for her on the tablet. I finally did. But so she is now tuned into the program. Let's continue here. We are in the year 1955. Fill a request for listener Edmund Williams, this group out of Richmond, Virginia. They included Charles Lewis, Graham and Ellis Johnson, Vernon, it's gotta be Jackson, Willis Harris, and lead singer Marvin Williams, collectively known as Marvin and the Chirps. And this is on a label called Tip Top Records, not the, who owned the Tip Top label? I forget the guy's name, but I know it. But this is on Joe and Milt Sinsheimer's Tip Top record label. And this tune, written by Merle Travis back, in 1947, was on a, I think he did it on a Capitol LP, but it was a big #1 hit for Capitol Records again in 1955 by, or was it, or maybe it was after this. I don't know if it was after this, because Charlene's got 1956 by Tennessee Ernie Ford, because I know he had the hit with this. But this has a release date of November 55, so I don't know what's up with that. Marvin and the Chirps is the name of the group. This is for Edmund Williams on Tip Top, their rendition of the tune 16 Tons.
Some people said a man is made out of mud. A poor man is made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bone. A mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You know, 16 tons, what do you get? You get another day older and you're still in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling fine. I picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal, and the starball said, well, bless my soul, you load 16 tons. What do you get? You get another day older and you're still in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling rain. A fighting and trouble on my middle name. I was raised in the canebrake by old mama line. Ain't no high-tone woman make me walk the line. You load 16 tons, what do you get? You get another day older and you're still in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. If you see me coming, you better step aside. A lot of men did, a lot of men died. One fist of iron, the other steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. You load 16 tons, what do you get? You get another day older and you're still in debt, St. Peter, cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. Company store.
There you go. That one there by request for Edmund Williams, November 1955 release there, Marvin and the Chirps. And that is Marvin Williams there. Marvin Williams, 16 Tons, their rendition of the tune 16 Tons. Now, Edmund asked me, he said, because he told me he just got this record in the mail. So I said, did you get an original in the mail? Because the Dead Wax, there's a stamp in the Dead Wax here. It says, I can't even read it. I think, what does it say here? There's something in there. I can't see it because Johnny G's eyes are bad. But there is something stamped in the Dead Wax. I don't know if it's a number. I think it's 202B. I think is stamped in the Dead Wax. That's how you know. He said he didn't have anything in the Dead Wax. It's probably a reproduction. And again, I forget what I paid for this, but it's. I don't think it's a tremendously expensive record, but it's not like $10. Let's put it that way. But anyway, I digress. We are in the year 1955. Let's go to Omaha, Nebraska for this next group. Fill a request for listener Chris Reed. This group initially recorded as the Sultans on the Duke record label. Then they changed their name to the Admirals. They have two great releases on Sid Nathan's King record label. This is the group's first release. And we'll talk about the group. We'll talk about the other members of the group after I play the record. But the lead on this is Willie Barnes. Willie Barnes is on lead. This is from January 55. They're called the Admirals. And this is going out to Chris Reed. The Admirals on King. It's called Left with a Broken Heart. This is for Chris Reed.
I'm so downhearted, my heart wants to cry. Got so much trouble that I could die. My baby's gone and I'm left with a broken heart. A broken heart. I'm going round in circles since you said goodbye. Got so much trouble that I could die. My baby's gone and I'm left with a broken heart, a broken heart. It's all my fault, I did her wrong. Just can't believe it's true. My heart is heavy, heavy as can be. I'm lonesome, I'm blue. Yes, I'm going round in circles since you said goodbye. Got so much trouble that I could die. My baby's gone and I'm left with a broken heart, a broken heart. Left with a broken heart.
There you go, January 1955 release there on Sid Nathan's King record label. That's by request for Chris Reed. That's the Admirals. That's their first of two on King. Willie Barnes on lead. Left with a Broken Heart is the name of the tune. Now, Gene McDaniels, you know who Gene McDaniels is in 1961. He had a big hit with 100 Pounds of Clay and other records like Tower of Strength and other tunes. Well, he sang second tenor for the group. And hits on the Liberty label. I mentioned that. And also did background vocals of this group for Kathy Ryan and Bubber Johnson. If you look over to the right side of the label, it'll say back chorus or with vocal group The Admirals. So that there you go. But I like that record. I heard that from George Doowop Tompkins turned me on to that tune. Johnny G here on a Saturday. We're playing these records from the year 1955. We're still in the 1955 block. Let's fill a request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. You know this group from Newport News, Virginia. First recording for the Aladdin record label, but they signed with Capitol. They became, I don't know, a little bit more on the popish side, but really not. I don't think, at least with their early releases, but I like their Capitol releases. This was their fifth on Capitol. It features Marilyn Pierce on lead. This is with Howard Biggs and his orchestra. This was a big record on KOCY in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, number two on that survey from October 55. Let's give a listen to the Five Keys. The Five Keys on Capitol Records for Daniel Kubacki. It's called G. Whitakers.
Gee Whitakers, all you want to do is play. Jiminy Crickets, you never get no love in that way. Holy smoke, don't you ever wanna kiss? Gee Whitakers, look at all the fun we miss. Heebie-jeebies, baby, what you gonna do? Holy cow, I never seen nobody like you. Gee Whitaker, you never give me a chance. Jeepers creepers, all you want to do is dance. Doggone it, ain't you gonna ever stop? Gee Whitakers, you gonna make me blow my top. You have nothing left for me. Gee Whitaker, baby, don't you give a fig. Ah, crackety, come on, let's make this gig. Dag, blame it, you're just a little gadabout. Gee Whitaker, come on and knock me out. Oh, shucks. Oh, girl. You and me. Gee whiz. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the sound of the Five Keys here on the Vinyl Treasure Show by request for Daniel Kubacki. That's their fifth release on the Capitol label. G. Whitakers is the name of that tune. And Marilyn Pierce, he's doing lead on that. That's an October 55 release. And someone mentioned it that Pat Boone also covered that tune. Johnny G here on a Saturday. I apologize if I missed some people in the chat room. I've been doing a lot of things here. Multitasking here, trying to be a mind reader and fixing tablets and putting records on and kicking people out of the chat room, doing a lot of things here tonight, so you have to bear with me. If I missed you, I apologize. Just come in and say hello. I would definitely like to meet you and greet you again. If you're new to the program, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. This is the final show of the week. It's actually the last show of 2024. So next time I see you, which will be some of you I'll see on the Wednesday Soul Show, I will be here doing a live show Wednesday evening at 9 p.m. I have some requests Charlene is working on. I will be here at 9 p.m. on Wednesday, and then I'll be back next Saturday night. Let's continue here. We are in the year 1955. Fill a request for listener Gary Hendren in Alabama. Thank you, Gary, for your kind emails always, and so many other people that your emails are so kind about the show and the things that you say. So much appreciated. But we go to Harlem, New York for this request for Gary, signed with Morty Shad's Harlem record label. They recorded two, in addition to backing up two artists on the label, I think Lightning Jr. and also Bobby Sue, but this was their second release on the Harlem label, written by the baritone of the group, Robert Dunn, and it says on the label, featuring Johnny Ace Jr. Now that was really, that was a lie. It was not Johnny Ace Jr. They just did that because in December of 1954, Johnny Ace passed away, and there were songs out at the time about Johnny Ace. So they figured, I guess, Morty Shad figured by putting that on the label, it would get people to play it or buy it, etc. But it's not Johnny Ace Jr. on lead. It's John Barnes on lead. Let's go to April of 1955 for the Empires. Johnny Barnes and the Empires on the Harlem record label. The song is called Magic Mirror for Gary Hendren.
Magic mirror on the wall, is she the fairest of them all? Tell me, magic mirror on the wall, magic mirror on the wall, do you think she loves me at all? Tell me, magic mirror on the wall, will she be mine just to have and to hold, just as long as I live, till death do us part? Tell me, mirror on the wall, does she love me? Magic mirror on the wall,
out to Gary Hendren in Alabama. That's the sound of the Empires. Empires on the Harlem record label, April 1955 release. Magic Mirror is the name of the tune. Who mentioned it in the chat? Rem 1028, I think, mentioned, yes. They re-recorded this for Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc record label as the Whirlers, okay? A great two-sided 45, a Magic Mirror, and what's the other side? Tonight and Forever, I think, was the side. Isn't that what Frank and Gordon closed their show with, I think? Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Johnny G here. Again, if you're new to the program, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel and click that bell to get notifications. If you like what you're hearing, give me a thumbs up too. That's always good for the YouTube brass. They have been impressed with my channel as they have contacted me, but I tell them, do not block my show when I am live. You cannot do that. Now, you don't have to worry with a lot of these older songs, because the majority of the people that are involved with these records, they're no longer with us. But the rights have gone on to other companies, and it's all dollars and cents. I don't want to make anything. They say, we want to insert a commercial here. I say, absolutely not. No commercials here at all. I can't do it with the archive. So you're all on your own with the archive, but during the show, I won't allow it. As we continue here, we are in the year 1955 here, and let's fill a request. I think it was Julian McCroy. Again, it's... yeah, it's later embedded in here. Last week I played a request for Edmund Williams by this group, I think, from Cleveland, Ohio, called the Hepsters, but on a Chicago record label, Ron L Records. It was called Rockin' and Rollin' with Santa Claus. But I bought this 45 for this side, requested by Julian McCroy. A tune written by Estelle Young. It features Joe Williams on lead from November 55. This is the first of two on Ron L for the Hepsters. It's called I Had to Let You Go. This is for Julian McCroy.
I have to let you go.
I like that record, always did. The Hepsters there, Joe Williams on lead. The Hepsters, their first of two on the Ronell record label, November 1955. I Had to Let You Go. If you want to buy a red vinyl copy of that, which is, I think it's the only one that's known, you can contact Johnny G. It's a 4-figure record. I mean, I wouldn't say that I if I didn't have this copy, I would consider buying it. But, you know, I would rather let's put it this way. It's the midpoint between it's the midpoint between $10,000 and $1,000, so you can figure it out. So if I was, not that I wouldn't pay that now, because I have, and not that I ever did before. I had a limit on what I spent on records for a long, long time. And even Greg knew about it. And Spence, I would be offered other records, $6,000, $7,000. I said, I can't. I mean, if I was a millionaire, you know what? I wouldn't care. Or if I had, and because I bought so many records. I mean, you know, when you buy $100, $300 records, they add up. Even $10 records. But every time I would go to the record show, I would spend somewhere between $6,000 to $8,000. That's a lot of money, and it wasn't just on one record. So when you focus and you look at one record, don't tell my father. Of course, here it is. Not that he's going to hear this, but don't tell my father about that. But when I used to get records delivered here to the house, and it would always tell me, Brian Korn was telling me, Johnny, you got to get a post office box. Then your father won't see the records coming to the house. You can talk to my mother about the records that came here. I was getting packages every single day. They would be from multiple people. But then YouTube went to charge the sales tax. I said, no way. There was no way. Listen, I'd rather pay cash than pay the sales tax. Of course, don't tell them that. But I mean the government. But it was an added expense, and all the dealers that I dealt with, they embedded the tax in the total. So if I would buy from Louis or any of the other record stores, they would do that. I said, I don't want to be charged. They would charge me, and they would charge. I'm buying a $2,000 record, and they're charging me $5 for postage. I pull my hair out for that. That I do. So anyway, but there's certain dealers, like I say, if you're a young collector or even an old collector and you're dealing with somebody now that is very fair, and I've dealt with many people that were fair in my collecting heyday. And again, I used to buy records on the cheap, but I used to buy thousands and thousands of records at the same time. And they were always, most of them were great with me. And I really can't complain. A lot of them are now deceased. They're not here. It's sad. It is. And I really don't have the time. I would love to go into the Allentown, PA show. That would be a social event for Johnny G, to be honest with you at this point. But I'm glad that young collectors are hearing these records now and seeing them with their eyes and taking note. I can't tell you how many emails I get from collectors are hearing records for the first time here on the program. And that's a good thing, because if there's anything that I do want to promote is vinyl and collecting in general. So I just don't play, soul group harmony records. I play soul records. I'd love to even do 70s, but I can't. Not on the YouTube. It's gonna get me pinched is what's gonna happen. But anyway, I digress. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. I had a new listener last week that discovered the show. Her name was Kathy Brown. And she asked me for a song. And I said, okay, yeah, I do have that record. And I'm sure many of you know a song that the Fiestas had, a song called So Fine, that, people think that they were the originators of that song, but they were not the originators of that song. That tune written by Johnny Otis as he was managing this group that recorded for Sid Nathan's Federal record label. And this group from the West Coast included Jesse Belvin, Eugene Church, Harold Lewis, and Mel Williams. And this song that the Fiestas had a big hit with in May of '59 was first done by this group. They were called the Chics. This is from August of '55. Mel Williams, I think, is the lead on this. Mel Williams on lead, so this is by request for new listener Kathy Brown. If she's not listening live, she'll hear it on the archive. These are the Chics on the Federal label from August '55 with the original version of So Fine. This is for Kathy Brown.
Well, girl, you're so fine, so fine, so fine, so fine. My baby so doggone fine. She loves me, come rain, come shine. Oh, yeah. She's so fine. She thrill me. She thrill me. Thrill me. Thrill me. My babe thrills me all the while. She sends me with a smile. Oh, yeah. She's so fine. Oh, I know she loves me so. Oh, I know. 'Cause my baby told me so. So fine. So fine. So fine. So fine. My baby drives me out of my mind. She's sweet as cherry wine. Oh, yeah. So fine. Oh, I know she loves me so. Oh, I know because my baby told me so. So fine. So fine. So fine. Yeah, so fine. So fine. So fine.
That's a going out to new listener Kathy Brown. That's the sound of the Chics. Mel Williams on lead there with the Chics, August 1955. That's the original version of So Fine, a big hit for the Fiestas in '59. This is '55 on the Federal record label. And when that Fiestas release came out in '59, Sid Nathan would re-release this. And trying to hope that it would take off, but it never happened. Let's continue here. We move into 1956. Fill a request for listener Timothy in our YouTube chat room. This group, they are from Baltimore, Maryland, and they were managed by Bill Buchanan and Dickie Goodman. Of course, they were known for their novelty break-in hit, you know, the Flying Saucer. I think I have featured that here. You know, I got a copyright issue with that Flying Saucer record for those seconds that were played in that in that record, but they also produced this tune, and Bill Buchanan, who wrote it? Dickie Goodman wrote this tune. This is on Al Silver's Herald record label. Now, the group included Maxwell Chapman, Guy Bragg, Billy Nixon, Michael Monroe, and Gordon Coger. Collectively, they were known as the Sonnets. This is on Herald Records from May 56 by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. The Sonnets on Herald with Why Should We Break Up?
Why should we break up? Why should we part? Let's try and make up. Try a brand new start. Don't go. You know I love you so. Why should we break up, sweetheart? We had a trouble. Let's let it pass. Bygones are bygones. Our love should last. Please say you'll stay. Don't go away. Why should we break up, sweetheart? Don't give my bracelet back to me. I don't want our friends to see. They want to know the reason why you're with another guy. Why should we break up? Let's both be wise. After it's over, we'll realize our fight that night just wasn't right. Why should we break up, sweetheart? Hey! Give my bracelet back to me. I don't want our friends to see. They want to know the reason why you're with another guy. Why should we break up? Let's both be wise. After it's over, we'll realize our fight that night just wasn't right. Why should we break up, sweetheart? Why should we break up, sweetheart?
There you go. That's by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Sonnets. The Sonnets on Al Silver's Herald record label from May 1956. Why Should We Break Up is the name of the tune. That's what I tell Barbara all the time. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Thank you all for being here. And again, this has to be my biggest show. The show keeps on getting bigger. Again, if you're new to the program, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel and click that bell so you get notifications when Johnny G goes live. And also give me a thumbs up if you like what you're hearing. We play the records by year. So you see how the records progress from the early 1950s to where we are now, which we are in the year 1956. And we're going to go to Brooklyn, New York. This record is very, very memorable to me, only because it brings back lots of memories to me of my deceased Aunt Mary, because she loved this tune. And my mother's going to recognize it too, because even though not that she wasn't listening to the music, but she heard it in the background for years and years and years, probably first from my aunt and then from me. But this was on what they call, collectors known as the Rumble album. And that is my favorite album on the Jubilee record label. It first came out on a blue Jubilee label. Then it came out with the sawtooth, with those sawtooth things around the logo, the black and silver, and then the multicolor. My aunt had the multicolor one that she purchased, I think in '62 from Masters Department Store. But the cover got all messed up. I ended up buying a nice mint copy out of Norm's collection. I said I was going to win this no matter what. I did pick up a blue label copy too, but it's my favorite album, and it was a battle of the groups, a battle of the Continentals, the Bab-Cords, the Love Notes, and the Channels. And it didn't have all their releases on it, but all the records on there were good. And this was one of them that my aunt she liked Picture of Love by this group, but she also liked this tune. And it's what you call 1950s New York City sound. That's what we'll say it. But I like this record. Haven't played it in a while. This is a request for listener George Chestnut. Requested this tune. It's their first of two on the Whirling Disc record label, Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc label. And this is a ballad. It features Herman Montgomery on lead. And then, what do they call when you have the follow-up? So I'm singing the lyric, and then somebody in the back is following me with their copying exactly what I say. That's Daniel Hicks doing that. But it's a great record. What could I say? He has a high falsetto voice, this Daniel Hicks. Let's go to November of 1956. This is by request for George Chestnut, the Continentals on Whirling Disc. And this one's not brown vinyl, Big Dave Swinger. I do have it. I do have one. It's called Dear Lord for George Chestnut. That's going out to George Chestnut there. I never, ever get tired of that tune there. The Continentals, Herman Montgomery there, and it's Call and Response. Thank you, guys, for telling me. That's a Daniel Hicks on the response side with the high falsetto, November 1956 on the Whirling Disc record label Dear Lord. I think the flip is A Great Up-Tempo, Fine, Fine Frame is the name of the tune. Johnny G here on a Saturday. We are in the year 1956. Fill a request for listener Big Dave Swinger as we stay in Brooklyn, New York, with this great group. It's their fourth release on Thomas Robinson's Atlas record label. And Big Dave requested both sides of this 45. I decided to play the jump side tonight. It features Gene Red on lead. He also co-wrote the tune from May of 1956. Let's give a listen to the Fones Quintet. Fones Quintet on the Atlas record label. Their tune is called Silly and Sappy. This is for Big Dave.
I'm acting silly and sappy because I really am happy. My baby's coming back, she's coming back to me. Well, till she comes back, I'll be a maniac. My heart will keep thumping and I'll keep a jumping. My knees keep a knocking and my toes keep a rocking. She's a coming back to me. Never again will I let her leave. She means too much to me. I'll always keep her by my side as long as we're alive. Well, till she comes back, I'll be a maniac. My heart will keep thumping and I'll keep a jumping. My knees keep a knocking and my toes keep a rocking. She's a coming back to me. Yeah! Till she comes back, I'll be a maniac. My heart will keep a thumping and I'll keep a jumping. My knees keep a knocking and my toes keep a rocking. I hear bells ringing and I'll keep singing. She's coming back to me. Coming back to me. Mm-hmm. Coming back to me.
Oh, one more time.
Coming back to me.
Yeah, it's going out to Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Fones Quintet. Their fourth release on the Atlas record label from May 56, Silly and Sappy is the name of the tune. You know, Vic Donna would cover this tune with a group called the Parakeets. They recorded this in 1957, but that is the original for Big Dave Swinger. We are in the year 1956 here, a couple more to go. This is a request for listener Bob Cruz in Maryland. He picks these rare records, and well, Bob is into collecting the rare vocal group, and I wish I had this in better shape, but listen, beggars can't be choosy when they get offered these records. This group is from the Washington Heights section of New York City. Now, when the group went into the studios to record, they spent zero time rehearsing this tune. So they only used the piano at this session, and other instruments I think were dubbed in later, but it was just the piano. And the record dealer, I think it was Louis Silvani, described this record as one of the most sought after off-key records ever made. That's what he said. It came out on a label called Playback Records, and it features someone by the name of Milton Turner on lead. So this is from 1956. The group is called the Packards. The Packards on Playback. This is for Bob Cruz in Maryland. The tune is called La Dece. This is for Bob.
Someone
Those are the Packards. The Packards on the Playback record label from 1956. That one there by request for Bob Cruz in Maryland. Ladis is the name of the tune. It's so bad, it's good. They're off key. But you got to give them credit. If they would have just practiced more. Practice makes perfect. At one time I wanted, did you know that Johnny G used to take piano lessons? So of course, her name was Mrs. Favreau, and she lived in Phillipsburg Manor. We had a babe. My father comes home one day. He painted some executive's apartment in New York City, and they had a baby grand piano. So he was selling it. So he couldn't get anybody to buy it. So he said, look, I think he sold it to my father for $50 or $100. I forget. But my father had to pay to move it here from New York City to Westchester County. So we had a big living room, and this is a long time ago. So we had this piano. What was I in fifth grade or whatever? So my mother says, do you want to learn how to play the piano? Of course, my Aunt Mary was telling me, well, Johnny, you can play all the rock and roll songs on the piano. I said, really? So what I did is, they went shopping. I went to Master's Department Store. It was in Elmsford at the time, and I bought it was a piano book with all Motown songs in it. So I said, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring this to Mrs. Favreau, and she's going to teach me how to play My Girl and the way you do the things you do, all these Motown records. So I get there, and she says, okay, Johnny, we're going to practice, and you have to learn how to read the music, and you're going to have to know. And I'm like, no, I just want to play this song. She goes, no, you have to play Swan Lake and this and what. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So my heart was never in it. I think I did it for about a year. My sister Tony did it for a while. Barbara can play the piano. She's got she doesn't have a baby grand, but we eventually, I don't know what did we do with that baby grand piano? We sold it, I think. Somebody gave us $1,000 for the piano, I think. But it was really I forget how old it was, but it was an old baby grand piano. But anyway, I don't think I even sounded as good as they did on that record, as I digress. Johnny G here on a Saturday, spinning all your requests. Let's go. We are one more in 1950. Actually, yes, this is the last one from 1956, and it's a request for listener Emnon. Now, in March of 1954, the Harp Tones, they had a great tune, a song entitled Sunday Kind of Love. They followed that up with a song, another great tune that they did called My Memories of You, originally released on Monty Bruce's Bruce record label. Then 2 years later, the group decided to re-record that song for Leo Rogers. There you go, Big Dave. Leo Rogers and Sid Archie's Tip Top record label. Not the same Tip Top we heard with Marvin and the Chirps. This is different. And it's a much faster version, and it's a request by listener Emnon. And of course, it features the great Willie Winfield on lead. So by request for Emnon, we go to September of 56 for the Harp Tones on Tip Top Records and the re-recorded version of My Memories of You. This is for Emnon.
Please give me more than just memories of. All I have to keep me is my memories of you. I sit alone at night and wonder, what did I do? I lost you, it's true, but I still have my memories of you. Memories memories of you. I gave you everything and still you ask me for more. I hope I'm not the fool who didn't realize the score. Won't you give me more than just memories of you? Tell me what I've done, tell me what I've said. I guess I'll use my heart instead of using my head. Knowing that I love you, how could you break my heart? Can't stand it any longer, wondering why we're apart. Please give me more than just memories of you. More than just memories of you. My memories of you.
As the great sound of Willie Winfield and the harp tones there by request for listener Emnon. That's the resung version of My Memories of You, released in September of 1956 on the Tip Top record label. I have two different variations I showed you. They're both originals. They both have stampers in the dead wax. And I don't know what it is, one with a bigger Tip Top logo and one with a smaller one, so I don't know what the significance was with that. But anyway, let us continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We move into 1957. Fill a request for listener Patrick McLaughlin, if he's still in our YouTube chat room. Now, last week, I played a request for Emnon, The Glory of Love, as done by the Five Keys on Aladdin Records from 1951. Well, Pat requested this version as done by this group out of Los Angeles, California. It came out on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin record label. They had 3 releases on the label. This was the group's first. This song, I think, we're not going to get into that, but it features Eddie Lewis on lead. Now, what I didn't know about this, because when Pat sent Johnny G an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com, he said, you know, Johnny, I guess they call it the recitation, the spoken part here, is from a song done earlier, I think in like late 1949, by a singer by the name of Larry Darnell. And his debut single that came out on the Regal label, I played his second release on Thursday on Regal Records, which some think was his best record, but his first record was a song called I'll Get Along Someday. It came out in late 1950. And if you listen to that song, what he says in that song is what they're saying in this version. They like added it, and I didn't know. I just thought it was, part of this Velvetones tune. But anyway, this from April of 1957 by request for Patrick McLaughlin. These are the Velvetones. Velvetones on Aladdin. Eddie Lewis, he's the lead singer. It's their rendition of the tune Glory of Love.
You got to give a little, take a little, and let your poor heart break a little. That's the story of, that's the glory of love.
Glory of love.
You got to.
Yes, you're way up on top now, and you want to be free. Why you feel that you're too good, much too good for a nobody like me.
quite a little.
You're afraid to present me to the friends in your saddle.
That's the story.
Well, darling, I guess it's best that we should part.
The glory.
But how soon you forget the fine, fine things you've done, and how just a little taste of success has gone straight to your pretty little head. I hold in my hand, dear, 3 letters. 3 letters from the stage of your fine, fine, superfine career. The first began, Eddie, darling, sweetheart, my wonderful one. I will always be grateful for the things that you've done. The second letter came right after I gave you your star. Yes, it came from your pen, dear, but not from your heart. The third, the king, the joke of the deck. You ended your letter in close, please sign my check. Why, you fool. You poor, sad, worthless, foolish fool. If you think that money can pay for the hard years I have suffered till things broke your way. Yes, I'm answering your last letter that says we must part. I'm tearing it to pieces the way you tore up my heart. I smile when you kiss me and I thrill at your touch. My only sin was I loved you much too much.
Win a little, lose a little, and always have a blues a little. That's the story of, that's the glory of love. Yes, story, glory of love.
Yeah, first time I heard that was on the Oldies But Goodies LP that my aunt purchased. I don't know which one. It's got to be one of the first 3 volumes that was on, but that's when I first heard this tune. April 1957, that's by request for listener Patrick McLaughlin in our YouTube chat room. Those are the Velvetones. They're first on Aladdin, Glory of Love. Now, Big Dave says that it was those lyrics go even further back to 1947. Who'd you say did that? Tiny Bradshaw? Oh, These Things Are Love from August 47? I don't know. Everybody's recycling their lyrics here, I guess. Of course, this group also recorded one on the Milmart label, A Prayer at Gettysburg. I think I have that record too in Johnny G's collection. Anyway, as I babble on here, we are in the year 1957. Let's fill a request now for listener Indrajit Advani. He wants to send this one out to Mike Sape, and also Tommy Albergo requested this group as we go to Chicago to Vivian Carter's VJ record label for The Sound of the Dells. This is their 7th release on the VJ record label, and both sides are great, of course, and Big Dave Swinger picked out mine is a Monarch press, pressed in California, and they have the best vinyl on the VJs, I have to say it. And this was a number 8 record on WAAF in Chicago. It features Marvin Jr. on lead. We go to October of 1957 for the Dells by request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. This is going out to Mike Sape. We're also requested by Tommy Albergo. The Dells with Time Makes You Change.
Time marches on marches time. Ding dong, sha-la-la-la. Well, time can make you change your mind. It make you laugh, make you cry. It make you almost die. Whoa, time. It makes a young man old.
October 1957 release set for the Dells, Marvin Jr. and the Dells on Vivian Carter's VJ record label, their 7th release by request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. That's going out to Mike Sape. Also a request for listener Tommy Albergo. You are welcome, Tommy. The Dells with Time Makes You Change. Yes, it does, and not well, I don't want to say not for the better, but physically not for the better. It's no fun getting old. I know many of you can agree with Johnny G. Let's stay in 1957. Let's fill a request for listener Dan Costco. Now, this song, I should say this 45, so I told you Greg would find these cool records, and he would ask me, Johnny, do you need this? So he would play it for me on his little player, and I would buy the record. I would see him at a lot of the shows, or he would come here to the house. Now, this is on a label called LB, which I think is out of Chicago. I think this is out of Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. A label owned by a lawyer by the name of John Burton. Now, the lead singer on this, her name is Vera Sanford. And the group is called Vera and the Three J's. 1957 release. This is going out to Dan Costco. Vera and the Three J's on LB. It's called Fire in Your Heart. This is for Dan.
Plain as the nose on your face, that smile you can't erase. I knew from the start there's fire in your heart for me. Your eyes don't dispute it. Your lips won't refute it. Confess, say you love me, my dear. You say that love isn't so. It's only a game now and then. You've loved a love once before. You don't want that heartache again, just as I said sometime before. True love's never a bore. Get over your fright. It's love at first sight. Oh, baby, I swear that you send me this joy that's within me. Breaks forth, 'cause I know now you're mine. No, now you're mine.
There you go, by request for listener Dan Costco in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of Vera and the Three J's. That's Vera Sanford, Sanford. She's the lead singer. 1957 release on the LB record label. Fire in Your Heart is the name of the tune. I have another release on this label by the Foster Brothers, I think, is on this label, and maybe one more. As Johnny G draws a blank. I'm here on a Saturday. It's the last show of 2024 as we move into 2025. Bigger and better things here for the Vinyl Treasure Show as we are in the year 1957. Let's fill a request for Steve Cargman in Arizona, out in the desert. And this song heard a lot on oldies radio, at least when I was younger, growing up. And there were 3 different presses on this 45, so this must have been a big seller, maybe in Times Square Records or whatnot. But this label design is slightly different on all 3, but I'm featuring the true first press. It features Tommy Drumgoole on lead, and this is a kitty lead here from September of 1957 for Steve in Arizona. The Val-Cords on the Game Time record label. It's called Candy Store Love for Steve in Arizona.
Candy Store Love.
That's going out to Steve in Arizona, the sound of the Val-Cords there, September 1957. It's on a label called Game Time. The song is called Candy Store Love is the name of the tune. And I featured the true first press on this. Reed King is asking Johnny G. The third press is with the wavy lines. And the one I showed you when the record was playing with that single line, that is the second press. And this one is the first press. I'll show it to you again. It's got a thick and thin line. He's got one on top and one on the bottom. That's the true first press. I think it's up there, Reed, on my Facebook wall. You can check it out there. I think I copied this one, if I'm not mistaken. We are in the year 1957, and let's do a flip side from last week. Yes, John Engstrom, I decided to play the flip side for you. He was begging I do that, but he requested last week Billy and His Dukes on the ABC Paramount record label with a song called Ready to Go Steady. And he asked if I would play the flip side of the 45, so we'll do it for John. This tune, written by Dolores Vicky Silvers, whoever that is from May of 1957. Billy Duke and His Dukes on ABC Paramount Records. The song is called Let Me Know. This is for John Engstrom.
Zumba, 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 zumba. If you're growing tired of me and want me to set you free, let me know. 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 If kisses that used to thrill become like a bitter pill, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Don't tell all our friends it's all over, and let me go on playing the fiddle, just to play it straight right from the shoulder, and tell me your love has grown cool. If you're growing tired of me and want me to set you free, let me know, let me know, let me know. Don't tell all our friends it's all over, and let me go on playing the fool. Just to play it straight right from the shoulder, and tell me your love has grown cool. If you're growing tired of me and want me to set you free, let me know, let me know, let me know.
There you go. That's going out to John Engstrom in our YouTube chat room here. He has all these ultra rare records that John requests from Johnny G. That's Billy Duke and His Dukes from May 1957 on the ABC Paramount record label. Let me know. I have other releases by this group, I think on Coral, and also probably a couple Philadelphia labels, if I'm not mistaken. Johnny G here on a Saturday. It's the last show of the year. If you have a request, you can send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That is the contact number. And if I have the 45, I'll play it here if it fits the format. And although I'm kind of expanding a little bit, I have the records in my collection. Of course, I was a completist when it came to collecting hundreds and hundreds of labels. So I could even do a country show if somebody liked country music, but no, then I'll really have no time to do anything. I don't have time to do nothing. I wanted to watch a Bengal game today, and I saw the overtime. It took away from what I needed to do, but anyway. So email Johnny G at vinyltreasures@aol.com, and if I have the record, I'll play it, and I play the records by year. So if you don't know the year, you probably can. If you check it out on YouTube, or you can search the record and see what year did such and such come out, or go to 45 Cat. There's a couple of places you can go to check it out, or you can just email me, and if you don't know, I'll tell you, and then you'll know exactly when it's going to get played, although you don't know how many in one specific year I'll have, because I had a lot in 1955 today. So we are currently in the year actually, we got just one more in the year 1957, and it's a request for listener Adrian Viterbo. Adrian Viterbo, one of the big fans of the program. Thank you, Adrian is such a nice guy, and my mother says hello to Adrian as well as others too. And he's listening down in Mexico, and he listens when he works. when I do the afternoon show. He's supposed to be working, and he listens to Johnny G on his lunch hour, but I'm glad you're having some time off, Adrian, because you probably need it. You need a rest, and maybe you can. I'm glad that you're listening to the program. And he sends me some great requests also for the Soul Show. And I have another record for you, Adrian, tonight that you don't know, but I will play it for you. But he requested this one. This is not an easy record to find on Ben Smith's Extra record label. The group is called the Heart Spinners. This group was out of Springfield, Massachusetts, and this was their only release. Is this the side? I think Times Square reissued this, but only one side of the record. I don't know if this is the one that's on the Times Square label or not, but because I have it, but I'm playing the original here. This is actually the intended B-side. The song co-written by the lead singer. His name is Earl Caulton, Caulton, and he is a young singer. This one from August 57, going out to Adrian. The Heart Spinners on Extra. It's called I've Searched, for Adrian.
I've searched and I searched all over this world for someone like you, and I hope it comes true. Oh yes, my darling, we'll never part. We met all one idea. We never part. We never part. Oh yes, my darling. To the east and to the west, dear. You are the girl I love the best, dear. We never part. Well, darling, I need you. I do. I need you too.
That's August 1957 release there. That's going out to Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Heart Spinners. Heart Spinners on the Extra record label. That's Earl Caulton. He's the lead singer. I've Searched is the name of the tune, and Mike Sape says it was on Times Square number 20. I think I have that on the blue vinyl. I think I do. Now, they don't I don't know why Slim didn't put the flip side on it. Oh, so much. That is not on that Times Square release. I don't know, maybe they thought it was too slow or whatnot, but that is a cool jump tune. That's going out to Adrian. Let's move into 1958. We feel a request for Rick in Philly as the Five Keys return. The Five Keys out of Newport News, Virginia. This was their 20th release on the Capitol record label. It features Rudy West on lead. This one tune written by Clyde Otis. It's with the Dave Kavanaugh music. This was number 50 on WFBR in Baltimore, Maryland, November 1958. The Five Keys on Capitol with One Great Love. This is for Rick in Philly.
One great love all life through. One great love I bring to you, vowing every day I live, darling, I will live to give you one great love, burning bright like a beacon in the night, everlasting, ever true, my great love for you. Once I longed for fame and gold, those were all I cared to hold, till I found that love's great treasure truly is beyond measure. In the sun, in the rain, our great love will still remain. Then one day they may write off to hearts with one great love, to hearts with one great
That's the great sound of Rudy West with the Five Keys, a favorite group here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there by request for Rick in Philly, November 1958 release on the Capitol record label. One Great Love is the name of the tune. Let's stay in 1958. Fill a request for listener Casey Hines in Paris as we go back to Philadelphia. And this group first recording as the Revels Quartet back in 1954. I think on Atlas Records. I don't even have that. I don't have that record. I'll take it on a 78 if I could, but beggars can't be choosy. But other releases followed on Sound and Teen before they had this release on Leonard Chess's Chess record label, a great two-sided 45. This tune written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Henry Colclough. Henry Colclough on lead. This is from October 58. For Casey Hines, the Revels on Chess. The tune is called False Alarm.
Your many charms, please baby, please don't give my heart a false alarm. You know that I love you, love you so. But baby, I never want to let you go. Well, why must you treat me this way? I can't sleep or night or day. You don't seem to understand that I really need you, need you by my side. Darling, I don't want our love to ever die. You know I love you so. Well, why must you treat me this way? I can't sleep or play all day. You don't seem to understand that I really want to be your man. Oh, you should realize that I need you, need you by my side. Darling, I don't want our love to ever die. You know I love you so.
That's October 1958, release half of the Revels. The Revels on the Chess label. False Alarm is the name of the tune. That's Henry Colclough on lead. That is going out to Casey Hines in Paris. And he also requested the flip side as well as Darrell Letts did. So Charlene will have to mark that down for the flip side for next week. Let's stay in 1958, the golden year. That's the year that Johnny G was born. Although when this record came out in October of 1958, I was one month old. And it is a flip side from last week. I added this as my request, as I featured the flip side of this for Chris Reed. Requested the Pastels last week on the Argo record label, their third release, a song called Don't Knock, a killer up-tempo tune. But the flip side was a tune that was on Murray the K's, I think, either Golden Gassers or Submarine Race Watchers. I don't know what it was, but it was on one of the chess LPs that my aunt purchased, and that's where I heard this record, and I like it a lot because it brings back a lot of memories. It's from October 1958. They're called the Pastels. This is their third release on the Argo record label, and my favorite by the group. It features DeFosco Irvin on lead. The Pastels with So Far Away for Johnny G.
I want to have you near, but you're
That's for Johnny G. I like that tune a lot. That's the Pastels. That's the Fosco Irvin. Yes, Big D Irwin. Later on, it does, and Big Dave Swinger was correct. He has some great soulful records that I feature on the Wednesday night show. That one there, October 1958. Lead singer of the Pastels, their third release on the Argo label, So Far Away, is the name of the tune. I'm telling you, this music is like mesmerizing. And for anybody, any age, you don't have to grow up in the era that these records came out, because there's nothing like this on the radio today. And it's too bad that the young generation, well, although I have a lot of young people that do tune into the program here, and I'm glad that they do, because I guess it's like refreshing to them that you get to hear, and in the simplest forms of how the music was played, but these great musicians too behind the acts, and the talent writers and the songs, they all have meaning. They do. Even the corniest of songs. Like this next one, although it's not a corny song, it's actually a cool dancing tune. And we are in the year 1958, and it's a request for listener Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room. He wants to send this one out to Lenny G and Rob B in our chat room. And Billy Dawn Smith and Luther Dixon used titles of other hit songs to write this tune. It came out in March of 1958 for this group from Brooklyn, New York. They were known as the Bab-Bops, and it features Danny Zipfel on lead. This was the group's debut single, their first of two on the Coral label. We go to March of 1958 by request for Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room, sending this one out to Lenny and Rob. The Bab-Bops on Coral. It's called Follow the Rock.
Come back in the alley with long, tall Sally. Take her up on a mountain to a sudden valley. Roll over Beethoven till your face turn blue. Take a hand with Speedo with the blue suede shoes. Make a fly's over out of Maybelline. That's how you follow the rock. Ride around the clock on a outdoor hound. Take a flat top head and shake around. Make a band of gold from a hollow stone. Get stranded in the jungle rider. It's all home. Find out why fools fall in love. That's how you follow the rock. And go 1,000 miles away to Blueberry Hill. Do a rock and roll waltz on the windowsill. Ask why baby wild dolls all to go. It's gonna bring you luck. Yeah. Make a pledge of love to a honey doll. Find 99 ways to make a your call. Get a teenage crush on Mary Ann. Now don't be cruel to the best you can. Rock around you baby, never, never stop. That's how you follow the rock. Jump back, baby, jump back, baby, jump back, baby, jump back, baby, whoa, that's how you follow the
Go, March 1958 release there for the Bab-Bops. The Bab-Bops has Danny Zipfel. He's the lead singer. Their first of two on the Coral record label, Follow the Rock, titles of songs that were out in 1958 by request from Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room, sending it out to Lenny G and Rob B. Follow the Rock. Johnny G follows the rock here every Saturday from 9 p.m. till midnight. As we are in Vinyltreasure overtime now, we continue with the requests from 1958. So here is another flip side request for listener John Engstrom, as he requested Emmett Davis with a girl group. Frank Gingaro thought possibly it might have been the Charmiers. Maybe it was, but last week I featured Emmett Davis on Doc Bagby's Red Top record label out of Philadelphia with So Fine. This is the flip side here from November 58. It's called Her Name is Frenchie. This is Emmett Davis going out to John Engstrom.
Her name is Frenchie. How she can love, how she can love, how she can love. Her name is Frenchie. How she can love. Ooh la la la, la 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 la. Oh, what a crazy thrill. When I see her, my heart won't stand still. Her name is Frenchie. How she can love. Ooh la la la, la 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 la. Oh, what a crazy, crazy thrill. When I see her, my heart won't stand still. Her name is Frenchie. How she can love. Ooh, la la la, la 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 la. Ooh, la la la, la 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 la.
There you go, John Engstrom. That is for you. That's Emmett Davis and some girls in the background there. November 1958. That's on the Red Top record label out of Philadelphia. Song entitled Her Name is Frenchie. I don't know anybody named Frenchie. Barbara can speak French. She can. I cannot. She used to speak French with my mother's cousin's wife. Martha. She was originally from Uruguay, and we went to a seafood restaurant in Silver Lake by White Plains, and they were talking French. I was talking to my mother's cousin Tony Cordelli about other things, but it was pretty cool listening to them speak French. Johnny G not speaking French. I can understand Italian. I can't speak it, even though I did score 90 on the Regents that year that I took it. But anyway, I digress. We are in the year 1958. Let's go to Albany, New York, as we fill a request for listener Joe Shacatano, who's having computer problems today. But this group had 7 releases on Saul Rabinowitz's Baton and Sir record labels. Now, Joe requested their 3rd release, and this is with Tico Wilshire and the orchestra. I tell you, young collectors out there and old collectors, if you find records with Tico Wilshire on the orchestra, you should buy them. You should. Now, this features Maurice Newton on lead. This is from August of 1958. I think he's trying to sound like Tony Williams of the Platters, but listen closely. These are the Fidelities from August 58 on Baton Records for Joe Shacatano. It's called Captain of My Ship for Joe.
I was captain of my ship, master of my fate, ruler of my destiny. Then you came to me. I had dreams for worthy fame.
As by request for listener Joe Shacatano, those are the Fidelities. That's Maurice Newton on lead. I think he's trying to sound like Tony Williams of the Platters there. August 1958 release on the Baton record label. Captain of My Ship is the name of the two. Now, Timbo C, you know Johnny G is the captain of this ship. As I am. I am in charge here as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's go to Atlanta, Georgia now for this gal. Actually, we played a lot of different sounds, but we still got sounds to come here. This is an interesting show with the requests because I had, what do we have? We had Johnny Ray. I still have other people coming up too in the program. And here we have this gal, a request. This is actually a request for listener Bill Olb in New Jersey. And this gal started singing professionally at age 6. Her real name is Brenda Mae Tarpley, and she scored her first monster hit in 1959. I think Dick Clark had a lot to do with promoting her song. A tune called Sweet Nothings. You can still see the clip on American Bandstand with her singing that. But she had tons and tons of releases on the Decca record label, I think beginning in September of 56 through, I think, June of 72, when Decca then became MCA, but she continued further into the 80s, but she became total country. But, you know, she did have some cool rock and roll records during her career. And Bill requested her, I think this is her 8th release Charlene has here. This is a cover tune, which was first recorded by Dinah Washington. Now, Charlene is saying here that it's Dinah Washington did this first because it was released on, and again, I don't know what Charlene was looking at, but it says it was released on, I think it's when it's recorded though, Charlene. She says June 8th of 58 is when Dinah Washington's version came out. And this version here released on June 20th of 58. I guess it would be a cover, but I don't know. Maybe they were out at the same time as many things. If you go check a lot of the charts, you'll see like 4 of the same song done by, by different artists. But the interesting thing is that a vocal group is backing her up on this. The Jordanaires. They're backing her up on this. So this is by request for Bill Olb, June 58. Brenda Lee here on the Vinyl Treasure Show on Decca Records with the Jordanaires. It's called Ring-a My Phone for Bill Olb.
Ring-a my phone, a ring-a my phone, a ring-a-ling-a-loo.
Hey, ring-a my phone, ring-a-ling-a-loo, ring-a my telephone. Anytime at all, I get your baby call to come running, straight to you.
Ring-a-ling-a-loo.
Darling, you're the only one I'm giving my number to. You're the only one under the sun who sends me through and through. So ring on my phone, ring-a-ling-a-loo, ring on my telephone. Anytime at all, get your baby call to come running straight to you.
Ring-a-ling-a-loo.
From me.
Ring-a-ling-a-loo.
From you.
Ring on my phone. A ring on my phone. A ring on my phone.
As June 1958 release there for Miss Brenda Lee. Brenda Lee on the Decca record label. She's being backed up by the Jordanaires on this one. Ring-a-My Phone is the name of the tune. That one there by request for listener Bill Olb in New Jersey, who did a fantastic special. His Christmas, the 27th Christmas special on the Rhythm and Blues Serenade with Frank Gingaro and Gordon Skagberg. That was last Sunday. Very successful show for Bill Obe, who will be here in the studio in sometime in the first quarter of next year, with more specials, gospel specials, and other specials that I would like Bill to do here on the program. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in the year 1958 with a flipside request for listener Daryl Letts. On the December 7th show, I filled a request for David Silberg by this group from Cincinnati, Ohio. They were known as the Drivers. They had this release. It's actually not easy to find either. On this label out of Rochester, New York, Lynn Records, a song called "A Man's Glory," and Daryl Letts requested the flip side of the 45, so we're going to play it for Daryl. It features Willie Price on lead from June of 58. The Drivers on Lynn. This is for Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. It's called Teeter Totter for Daryl.
Teeter-totter, I'm on a seesaw. Teeter-totter going up and down. I love my baby, but you drive me crazy. Always in the spinner going round and round like a teeter-totter. The day she loved me, she make me feel that I am heaven bound. Next day I'll change her, treat me like a stranger, make me feel so low I'm dragging all around. She take me up to the skies above me. When she tell me she's mine, up, I want her to love me. I can't go on unless it's all the time. Yeah, yeah, teeter-totter, like a yo-yo. Teeter-totter going up and down. Unless my baby love me more than maybe, I don't know just how I'll ever settle down. Yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Take me up to the skies above me, just to tell me she's mine. Up, I want her to love me. I can't go on unless it's all the time. Yeah, yeah, teeter-totter, like a yo-yo. Teeter-totter going up and down. Yes, my baby, love me more than maybe. I don't know just how I'll ever settle down. I don't know just how I'll ever, I don't know just how I'll ever, I don't know just how I'll ever settle down.
Those are the Drivers there by request for listener Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. That's June 58. That's the flip side of A Man's Glory, which was a killer ballad. That up-tempo side, Teeter Totter, is the name of the tune. That's Willie Price on lead. It's on the Lynn, L-I-N records out of Rochester, New York. Let us continue here. We move into 1959 now. Fill a request for listener Emnon, as I dare not play the other side of this record, which I think Emnon requested. I'm just afraid to do it. But this is the second of 6 for this singer. Songwriter from West Point, Mississippi, was the first artist to have a major hit for Berry Gordy Jr.'s Motown empire with the song called Money, That's What I Want, which came out on 2 labels. Was it Tamla first and then Anna? I forget now. I'm playing the B-side of that hit. Okay, now for you collectors out there, the true first press of this is on the black Anna label, black with silver print, which I have a totally trashed copy that I think is like unplayable. But I had the, I guess we can call this the second press, I don't know. But this is on the gold with black print Anna label is how I have it. But this is a B-side here. His name is Barrett Strong, and he's being backed up, I think, by a vocal group on this. I don't know who they are. Maybe the Voice Masters, possibly. I'm not sure. August 59 for listener Emnon. Barrett Strong and group on, this is not Tamla, this is Anna Records. It's called Oh, I Apologize for Emnon.
Us part, and I apologize. I don't expect you to take me back after I've caused you so much pain. But if you do, I promise you I'll never make that same mistake again. Oh, I apologize. I love you so. I apologize. There is no denying my lonely heart keeps crying. I apologize.
I figured the copyright police would be out on that one, and they are. They came out late, they did. But there you go. That's for listener Emnon. That's the B-side to Money, a big hit for Barrett Strong. Barrett Strong and group from August 59 featured it on the Anna record label. Oh, I Apologize. Reed says that first issued on the Tamla label, which I do have, by the way. And I thought the black label was the first. I guess it is not, is it? They ran out of paper, I guess. This is the first on the Anna record label. Oh, I apologize for that. That's for Emnon. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in the year 1959. We fill a request for listener Oldies Fan, a.k.a. Joseph Smith, in our YouTube chat room as this gal, her real name Dolores Evans, but you know her as LaVern Baker. She had 33 releases on the Atlantic record label. Now, Joe requested her 19th release, and it's a song she co-wrote together with Alex Bradford and and W.C. Handy. There's another name on here, Charlene? No, Alex Bradford I saw. I don't know who W.C. Handy is. But this is from October 1959. Let's give a listen to LaVern Baker. LaVern Baker on the Atlantic label. For Oldies Fan, it's called Tiny Tim, right? Not Jim. Tiny Tim. This is for Oldies Fan, a.k.a. Joseph Smith.
Girls, his
And if you go out with him, you will soon discover Tiny Tim is a lover from his heart, and he'll always try to do his part. Tiny Tim is a lover. Tiny Tim is a lover. You will be surprised that a man his size sure knows how to hypnotize. Tiny Tim is a lover. Tiny Tim is a lover. You will be surprised that a man his size sure knows how to hypnotize. You know Jim Danny tried to be good, but he never did the best he could. Tiny Tim will put him in his place because he's small in size and fits any place. Tiny Tim is a lover. Tiny Tim is a lover. You will be surprised that a man his size sure knows how to hypnotize. Along came a cat named Charlie Brown. But now Tiny Tim, he's on the scene, and all the girls can't help but scream. Tiny Tim is a lover. Tiny Tim is a lover. You will be surprised that a man his size sure knows how to hypnotize. I said he hypnotized. Hypnotized. Oh, he hypnotized.
As Billy Sebastian and his orchestra backing up LaVern Baker there from October 59. That's by request for Joseph Smith, a.k.a. Oldies Fan, in our YouTube chat room on the Atlantic record label. Tiny Tim is the name of the tune. I know somebody who is a Tiny Tim. We'll leave that we'll leave that behind as we continue here. And we stay in the year 1959. We fill a request for listener George Chestnut. Now, I forget who was in the chat room. I don't know if you're still in the chat room. Somebody said, Johnny G, do you play the sound of East LA on your show? I love the sound of East LA. I do. And this is one of those sounds in East LA. This duo that initially recorded as The Shadows on Bob Keene's Delphi record label. Their debut single was a song called Under Stars of Love, but then they would change their name from The Shadows to the Carlos Brothers. They were Jimmy Carlos and Pete Antonano, and they were known as the Carlos Brothers. This was their first of three on the Delphi record label from February 59. This goes out to George Chestnut and all the lovers of the sound of East LA. The Carlos Brothers on Delphi with their tune called Tonight.
darling.
As February 1959 release there for the Carlos Brothers, that's going out to listener George Chestnut. It's on Bob Keene's Delphi Records. Delphi Records, big label with Richie Valens, was the one that established that label. The song is called Tonight. Tonight you're listening to the final Vinyl Treasure show of 2024 as we continue here. And here is a bonus request for listener Adrian Viterbo. This is the debut single for this singer from Washington, D.C. I'm sure you know his 1962 release on the Caprice record label. Actually, his biggest hit, it was a song called If You Gotta Make a Fool of Somebody, his version of that. But this is his very first record. It came out in 1959. He was just 17 years old. His real name was James Ray Raymond, but he recorded as James Ray. But on his first record, he was known as Little Jimmy Ray. And this was due to the fact that he was only 5 foot tall. I mean, he was Barbara's 5'1". Okay, and when I met Barbara, I said, I'm not dating anybody that's 5. I want a 6 foot woman. I don't want a 5'1" woman, but no, it was okay. But anyway, he was just 5 feet tall. And this is on the Gallant record label. I think this was one of the labels that George Goldner distributed, if I'm not mistaken. But this is from September 59. And Adrian, you requested this a long time ago for my 60s show, but it fits this show. Little Jimmy Ray on the Gallant record label for Adrian Viterbo. It's called You Need to Fall in Love from September 59.
Shines on high, it's getting married in the sky, and baby we could do the same if you let me call your name. Baby, you need to fall in love. Teardrops fall like rain, and you're about to go insane, because you don't have no one who you can tell your troubles to. Baby, you need to fall in love. There ain't no fun sitting at home watching TV all alone without a lover to call your own. You better stop, you might blow your top when you're feeling alone and blue, and you don't know what to do, and you just can't sleep at night because your love ain't going right. Baby, you need to fall in love. Baby, 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 you need to fall in love.
Yeah, September 59 there, the debut single for James Ray. He was known as Little Jimmy Ray on that one. 17 years old. It's on the Gallant record label. You Need to Fall in Love is the name of the tune. That one they're going out to Adrian Viterbo. The unfortunate thing with him is he died at a young age. He was addicted to drugs, and that was his demise. He was really young. I think it was 1963, I think, where he passed away. He had another record climbing the charts, but then they found him dead of an overdose. And that is the unfortunate demise of James Ray. Johnny G here on a Saturday. As we continue here, Charlene, you need to change the date on this. You did not. I think I said June 59, I think, for this. It's got 1957. That is way wrong. And we just lost this next singer. Her name, Pilea Marcima Ballatin. She was born here in New York City, and unfortunately she recently passed away. She passed away December 20th, 2024 at the age of 89 from congestive heart failure. Now, she began recording back in 1955 as Sugar Pie on the Federal label. Who was she with? I was going to play the record. I had it here, but I decided not to play it. Yeah, she was Sugar Pie, but she sang with, who was the orchestra? Anyway, it's not on here. I forget. Reed knows. But this is actually this is not easy to find, this record, I will tell you that much. This is on Don Barksdale's Jody label. Now, Jody Records was a subsidiary of Rhythm Records. Don Barksdale also owned a radio station, and he was a basketball player. So he invested in the music business. And this one released, I think I told you, June 59 is the release date on this. And she was known as Pilea DeSanto on this release. And the song is called If I Had, If I Had a Wishing Well. And she's being backed up by a girl group. This is on the Jody label out of Oakland, California. Sugar Pie DeSanto, we'll say. play tribute to the late Sugar Pie DeSantos, Pie DeSantos, on this single from 1959. On the Jody record label, If I Had a Wishing Well is the name of the tune, and Reed mentioned it in the chat room. She sang with Henry Houston as part of Preston Love and his orchestra with her first release, and then she had release on Federal as Sugar Pie with a group backing her up. Of course, she does some great soulful tunes that I feature on the Wednesday night show on Checker Records. I'll have to pull some of those out to play, but this one, I think from June 59, Pie DeSantos, aka Sugar Pie DeSantos, who passed away on December 20th. If I Had a Wishing Well is the name of the tune. Let's continue here. In 1960, fill a request for Elliot Weiss. Thank you, Elliot, for your email. He sent an email to Johnny G at vinyltreasures@aol.com. This group from Brooklyn, New York, first recording for the Tetra record label, and their tune was a song called Angel Face. I think they had two on Tetra Records, and somehow I think they ended up separating, and then they got back together, a different lineup, to record again for George Gollner, and they did this tune, although some say that they recorded for Al Brown, because there is a release, because Elliot mentioned there's a release on the Vintage record label that they do, which is actually this song that Elliot requested, and an unreleased on the flip. But I think that Vintage, I'm going to play the Vintage 45 next week for Elliot. I think that was recorded after this, because this one was a recording from April of 1960. Now, they issued their first record, Angel Face, as the B-side of this, but this is the intended A-side. I'm going to feature it on George Gollner's Gone record label. These are the Neons. The Neons with the lead singer here is, Charlene doesn't have it. Yes, Frank Vignari says it at the end. Frank Vignari, he's the lead singer. This is from April 60. We'll send this one out to Elliot Weiss. The Neons, I'm featuring it on the Gone label. It's called Golden Dreams. This is for Elliot.
Golden dreams of you. Golden dreams of you. I fell asleep last night with a broken heart. I never thought you'd leave me at the start. I prayed so hard, my darling, that we would never part. Oh, golden dreams of you. Oh, golden dreams of you. Dreams of you. I love you, darling. I love you so. I want all the world to know. You and I, darling, will never part. Please say here in my heart. I've got a broken heart, 'cause I never thought you'd leave me at the start. I prayed so hard, my darling, that we would never part. Oh, golden dreams of you. Oh, my golden dreams of you.
April 1960 release there for the Neons. That's Frank Vignari on lead. The Neons on George Goldner's Gone record label, Golden Dreams. That's going out to Elliot Weiss. Requested that too. Now the vintage that they evidently after this, they did some recording for Al Brown, and he taped, as other groups did, and somebody ended up, whoever owned the vintage label, somebody out in California did, and put out a whole slew of stuff that they purchased from Al Brown, and it's a later recording of this. And then with the flip side that never came, that I'll play next week, a song called Honey Bun. We'll play that for Elliot next week. Let us continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in the year 1960. Let's fill a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This group from Owensboro, Kentucky. They have this release on Royce Morgan's Royce label, which was located in Central City, Kentucky. And we got to ask Big Dave Swinger where that is exactly. And this group included two brothers, Charles and Richard Brown. Now, Richard is on lead on one side, and Charles is on lead on the other side. So... The A side is, well, this is the B side of the record, I guess, and that's the one that Gordy requested. So it features the lead of Charles Brown. He's doing lead on the B side. The group is called the Five Embers. This is from March of 1960. This is not an easy record to find. The Five Embers on Royce Records for Gordy Freeman. It's called My Fragile Heart for Gordy.
My fragile heart, I try so hard to warn you that this romance just was not meant to be. My fragile heart, daring, young and tender, each toward the danger that you could not see. My fragile heart, there be no time for sleeping into each life below some rainless fall. My fragile heart, there be no time for weeping until we settle this thing once for all. I know your lips so inviting, perfect formula to you. I know she was so popular, but just one day she was through. I know through love, where memories they will haunt you. My fragile heart, our love will come to you. Our love will come to you.
There you go. That's going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. It's interesting that this release, although it sounds earlier than March of 1960, with the tempo changes, they really didn't do. They did a lot of that in the early 1950s, even in the 1940s, with the changes in the tempos. Not so much so when we got into the 1960s. But there's a rare 45, the Five Embers on the Royce record label, My Fragile Heart. That's by request for listener Gordy Freeman. We are in the year 1960. Let's go back to Detroit, Michigan. Fill a request for listener Rick in Philly. This is on Robert West and James Higgins' Flick label out of Detroit, Michigan. And the second of two for this group on the Flick label. They're called Sonny Elmo and the Minor Chords. I think the Minor Chords backed up a couple of artists on this label. This is from April of 1960. This tune written by Sax Carey, who was a force in the 1950s and 60s up in Detroit and other places too, like Chicago. But anyway, this is for Rick in Philly, Sonny Elmo and the Minor Chords on Flick. The song is called Let Me, for Rick.
Be the one to make you happy. I will love you forever if you let me. Can I, darling, can I hold you close? Hold you forever if you let me. Want to kiss you and caress you is my one desire. Darling, please let me be the one to make you happy. Let me, please let me. Darling, please let me. Oh, darling, won't you let me? Please let me, darling.
As going out to Rick in Philly, that's Sonny Elmo and the Minor Chords, April 1960 release on Flick Records out of Detroit, Michigan. Let Me is the name of the tune. Johnny G letting you into the Vinyl Treasure vaults. We do it every Saturday from 9 p.m. till midnight. We are in Vinyl Treasure overtime with your requests as we move into 1961 now. And fill a request for listener Mike Sape in Connecticut. He wants to send this one out. It's an expensive one. To all you chatters in the YouTube chat room, and also to your host DJ Johnny G. This group first recording for the Bay label, which was out of Baltimore, Maryland. I think it's a I think it's a Christmas tune that they do on the Bay label. Then this is their next release, although Charlene's got Airmaster here. Well, I don't know if that might be a reissue label, Charlene. I don't know. Maybe it's not. But this is on the Planet record label. This is the same label that the original version of There's a Moon Out Tonight by the Capris came out on. But this is not an easy record to find. I picked this up earlier in the year, and it was not cheap. The group is called Barry and the Highlights, a tune written by Benita Parker. This is from 1961 by request from Mike Sape, sending it out to you chatters and Johnny G. Barry and the Highlights on Planet. It's called The Wonderful Years from Mike Sape. That's by request for listener Mike Sape, sending it out to all you chatters and your DJ Johnny G. That's Barry and the Highlights, 1961. That's a rare 45 on the Planet label. The Wonderful Years is the name of the tune. Let's stay in the year 1961. Fill a request for listener David Silberg, this singer from Harlem, New York, born Gloria Mia Wilson, first recorded with a group called the Deltones on the Brunswick record label. She would end up marrying, and her name would become Allen, Alleyne. She became Gloria Allen, but she used Lynn as her last name, and she had some solo releases, first recording for the Josie label in 1954. I think I have that, I'm not sure. And I know I have her Ember release, and I also have one on Central, but then she signed with Everest Records, and had her biggest hit in 1963. Some of you may remember that song called I Wish You Love. I know my mother does, but which was her signature song. But she also had an answer tune to Gene McDaniel's Tower of Strength. in 1964 called You Don't Have to Be a Tower of Strength. That's a cool tune. But David requested her 8th release on the Everest record label. This is from January 61. Let's give a listen to Gloria Lynn. Gloria Lynn on the Everest label. It's called Love, I've Found You. This is for David Silberg.
I never knew such tenderness, kisses like these, the angels bless, never leave me, never, never leave me. Our parting would grieve me. Lonely days have passed, and the thrill will last. Now that I've found my love, now that I've found my
There you go. That's going out to David Silberg in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of Gloria Lynn here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. January 61 release. Her 8th release on the Everest record label, Love, I've Found You, is the name of the tune. I know some people are glad they found Johnny G here on YouTube, so thank you all you new subscribers that have subscribed to the Vinyl Treasure Show this year. Thank you for that as we continue here in 1961. Now let's fill a request for listener Paul Michel. And this group from Long Island had 2 releases on the Music Makers record label. Now, Paul requested their 2nd release. It features Frank Mancuso on lead from September of 1961. Now, the group is called the Imaginations, and this is a special dedication record. Paul Michel requested it in memory of his high school friend who recently passed away, his high school classmate. Her name was Barbara M. So we're going to play this in memory of Barbara M., requested by Paul Michel. These are the Imaginations on Music Makers Records. The song is called Guardian Angel.
Each night before I go to bed, on my knees and bow my head, I pray to the angels up above. Send me down someone to love. Guardian angels up above. Someone to love. Make her fine and debonair, blue eyes and golden hair.
ocean and God made the sea. But when God made you, must have thought of me. As I walk the sunny street, my heart starts jumping and skips a beat. The only girl from high above, the only girl I'll ever love. Ba-da-ba-da-boo-dee-dee. 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 Oh, oh yes, ba-da-ba-da-boo-dee-dee. Ba-da-ba-da-boo-dee-dee. Ba-da-ba-da-boo-dee-dee.
As September 1961 release there for the Imaginations, that song originally done by the Selections. The Selections did it on not on Mona Lee. Charlene was on another label first before Mona Lee. Antone was the first label. Mona Lee was the second label. Those are the Imaginations. That's Frank Mancuso on lead. That's by request for Paul Michel in memory of his late high school classmate. Her name is Barbara M. In her memory, Guardian Angel on the Music Makers record label. I showed you the other labels that it was on. Beaumark and I think Duel was the second label, I think. Johnny G here in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. We are in the year 1961. Let's go to the Bronx, New York now. Fill a request for listener Joe Shacatano. For this group, I guess we can say their signature song was a cover of the Judy Garland tune Over the Rainbow that came out on the Mohawk record label. But they had 10 releases on Coral Records, and this was their first release, and this song actually dates back to 1948. It was first done by Vera Lynn. This charted number 21 on KEWB in San Francisco, California. Let's go to June of 61. This is for Joe Shacatano. These are the Dimensions. The Dimensions on the Coral label, and their rendition of the tune Again for Joe Shacatano.
This couldn't happen.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. By request there for Joe Shacatano, June 61. That's the first of 10 for the Dimensions on the Coral record label. Their rendition of the tune Again. We stay in 61 here. We go to this group from Cincinnati, Ohio. The first time I heard this song was when George Doowop Tompkins featured it on his WARY FM show out of Westchester Community College. This is Otis Williams and His Charms. They not only did they record on the Deluxe record label, Sid Nathan also put them on his King. Now, Charlene doesn't have how many King releases are here, so I don't know which one this falls into, but I think they were put on King in 1960, if I'm not mistaken. But this released February 61, and I like this song a lot. We're going to send it out to listener Bill Olben, New Jersey. Otis Williams and His Charms on King Records. The song is called So Can I, for Bill.
If time can wait for love, then so can I. So can I. My love for you, my dear, I can't deny. Can't deny. Every night I dream about you. Don't know how I live without you. In my heart I cannot doubt you, even though I try. Oh yeah, just take me in your arms. I'll be your slave. Be your slave.
Going out to listener Bill Olben, New Jersey. The great sound of Otis Williams and the Charms are out of Cincinnati, Ohio, from February 61 on Sid Nathan's King record label. So Can I is the name of the tune. Let's say in 61, fill a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. This group had 2 releases that were written and produced by Jimmy Johnson, who was a singer-songwriter and maintained a small recording studio where this group showed up one day to record. So they put down a few sides, and then Johnson brought the masters to Rudy Marini, an engineer at radio station KRLA, and Marini released it on his Rift label, which was out of Azusa, California. Now, this group features Victor Brewster on lead. They were called the Castles Tones. Did I say that right? Well, it should be the Castle Tones, but they put an S in there that kind of messes it up. It should be the Castle Tones, but it says Castle's Tones, so it looks kind of corny. But anyway, you get the drift. September 1961, the Castle Tones on the Rift record label. This is for Timothy. The song is called Good Night.
So now it's time to go to sleep. Yeah, yeah, I pretty sure love I always keep. So until tomorrow, darling, good night. Vision of you is always here, yeah, yeah, so far away, but always near. So until tomorrow, darling, good night. I wish I may, wish that I might always have you here to love, love, love. So now it's time to lay me down to dream. Yeah, yeah, I pretty sure
that one there called the Castle Tones, September 1961 release. That's on the Rift record label. This is for Timothy, song entitled Good Night. Almost Good Night. I still got a few more requests to get in here. We'll do that. And let's continue. Here's go out to California. Fill a request for listener Chris Reed. Now, the lead singer on this tune recorded with a number of groups. And I don't know if all the members of this group were members of these other groups, but definitely Carl White was. The Lamplighters, the Tenderfoots, the Sharps, the Twisters, the Rebels, the Crenshaws, and the Rivingtons, and this group called the 4 After 5's. And this is from September of 1961. The label's missing here. It's called the All Time Record Label, and this is by request for Chris Reed in our YouTube chat room. Carl White, the lead singer, the 4 After 5's with I Gotta Have Somebody, parentheses, Lonely Boy. This is for Chris Reed.
To be
There you go. That's by request for Chris Reed in our YouTube chat room. They're called the 4 After Fives. Now, Reed says they were maybe a man-to-man. They were also the Rivingtons. They were also the Rivingtons that recorded for the Liberty record label September 1961. That's on the All-Time label. And it's called I Gotta Have Somebody, parentheses, Lonely Boy. Let's move into 1962 now. Let's fill a request for listener Robert Neal. I went to high school with Robert Neal, and I got him into rhythm and blues vocal group music. And he comes up, I think he's down in Florida. He comes up from time to time, and sometimes we get to connect, not so much recently with, I just don't have the time. And then with my parents and whatnot, it's been difficult. But he tunes into the program, and he sent me an email early in the week. John, will you be playing any records by Richard Perry? So I was like, Richard Perry? I did see something about Richard Perry. This Richard Perry was a legendary music producer and label owner. I think he was behind the Pointer Sisters, behind so many different acts in the late 70s and the 1980s. But prior to all that, he was a member of a vocal group. They had 6 releases on the Coral record label. They were called the Escorts, and this was their debut single. Now, Richard Perry, he was I think he was the bass of the group. Charlene has here. He sang bass for the group, and he unfortunately recently passed away. He was 82 years old from Parkinson's disease or some cardiac arrest thing that just happened. But this was the debut single for the Escorts from February 1962 by request for Robert Neal. The Escorts on Coral with their rendition of the tune, Gloria.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Where but dip dip ram and doom and
Gloria is not Maureen, it's not Jerry, but it's Gloria. Can't you see? It's not Maureen, it's not Jerry, but it's Gloria, Gloria. Oh, maybe you want me, but who am I to want? Or maybe she loves me, but who am I to love? Gloria, oh yeah, it's not Maureen, it's not Jerry, but it's Gloria. Maybe she loves me, but who am I to want? Maybe she loves me, but who am I to love? Oh yeah, now Gloria is not Maureen, it's not Jerry, but it's Gloria.
There you go. That's by request for listener Robert Neal. That's the sound of the Escorts. The bass in there, that's Richard Perry, the late Richard Perry. Bass on that tune there. Kind of, so many people groups covered that tune, Gloria, there from February 62 on the Coral label. That's for Robert Neal. Now, if I would have known this was on the... I messed up on this one here. I don't know why I picked this release here, the reissue of this, because I do have this next. This is a request for David Silberg. He left, And if I would have known this first came out in 59, I would have featured it in the 1959 grouping. So I don't know why I decided to pick this release on Amy, because I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with a lot of things that happened tonight, folks. So I apologize for that. So this is a request for listener David Silberg. This singer was a member of the Del Vikings. He did lead on a couple of their, well, I guess we can call it the revised Del Vikings after the group left to go, most of the group left to go to Mercury Records. He ended up coming in singing with, I can't remember his name. I tell you, this is a bad night for Johnny G. But I'm talking about Chuck Jackson. Now, this first issued in 59 on Clock. I don't know why I did not pull it out for 59. I don't know why. But I would have rather done that than play this one from 62, because this is like a reissue of this. Now, I don't know why this came out again. This was on multiple labels. This was on another, like a budget label, and it's on Amy Records. But anyway, as first of two on the Amy label, this is from June 62. Chuck Jackson here on Amy Records. It's called Come On and Love Me. I thought this was a cover tune also. This is for David Silberg. John G talking to himself.
Come on and love me. Come on and love me. Come on and love me, baby. And to say you're mine. Oh, my darling, my little old darling. I really love you. Come on, come on, come on and up. Squeeze me. Squeeze me. Come on and squeeze me. Let me know you care. Oh, my darling, my little old darling. I really love you. So lonely, my nights are so blue. I'm here and I'm lonely. Every since we've been apart. So please love me. Let me know you care. Oh, my darling, my little bitty baby. I really love you. Come on, come on, come on and up.
Yeah, that's for David Silberg there. Copyright Police came out on that, I guess, because Chuck Jackson is a well-known artist, especially with his releases on the Juan record label and others too. But there you go. That's a June 62 release, originally from 1959. I have that Clock release. I don't know why I didn't pull it out. So that's another bad thing that Johnny G did. But that's for David Silberg, Chuck Jackson, on Amy Records, Come On and Love Me. But let's stay in 62 here. Fill a request for listener George Chestnut. This group is out of Philadelphia, and this is on the ABC Paramount record label. Now, the song written by Billy Jackson and the lead singer of this group, his name William Vaughn. Well, actually, it was Billy Vaughn, but we'll talk about that. But William Vaughn on lead. The group is called the Corvels. This is from April 62. I have a nice vinyl press of this. That's how you want this. You don't want the crappy styrene. This is for George Chestnut, the Corvels, with Take My Love on ABC Paramount. As April 62 release there for the Corvels on the ABC Paramount record label. Take My Love is the name of that tune. That's going out to a listener, George Chestnut. That's Billy Vaughn, William Vaughn on lead. Now, with their next release, he didn't want to keep that name Billy Vaughn. He said, you know what, it's too close to the band leader, Billy Vaughn and his orchestra on Dot Records, so I got to change my name. So he changed it from Billy Vaughn to Billy Abbott, and the group became Billy Abbott and the Jewels, recorded for the Parkway record label. They do a cool tune, a song entitled Groovy Baby. 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's fill a request now for listener Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. For this gal, she was born in Buffalo, New York, and she had this one release on Mickey Baker and Sylvia Robinson's Willow record label, which was, I think, distributed by King Records, if I'm not mistaken, but they were out of New York City. The gal's name is Arina Wudud, Wadood. Arina Wudud. And this is from February 62, and it's requested by Adrian Viterbo. Arina Wudud on Willow Records. It's called Oh Lover, parentheses, Hear My Plea. This is for Adrian.
You know you can
Yeah, February 62 release there for Arina Wudud on the Willow record label. That is going out to a listener, Adrian Viterbo, in our YouTube chat room. Oh, lover, parentheses, hear my plea is the name of the tune. Now, Reed mentions, I have that Sensational Ivies and also that Edna McGriff in the collection. I think I have this whole label, if I'm not mistaken. There's not many releases on the label, I can tell you that much. 2 more 45s to go before Johnny G is out of here on the last show of the year here, 2024. And let's fill a request for listener Gary Hendren in Alabama. This is on the Skytone record label, which is out of 1650 Broadway in New York City. And again, a record with Tico Wilshire and his orchestra, are actually the arranger on this, produced and arranged this. This tune written by Prince Eddie McDowell, who has a release on Skytone. I wonder if he's on lead here. I don't know. But the group is called The Fortuneers. The Fortuneers. It's an October 62 release on the Skytone label. And this is for Gary in Alabama. It's called Look a There for Gary.
Dap, 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 dap. Look a there. Oh, 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 look a there. My, look a there. My baby's gone away. Look a there. Oh, 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 look a there. Oh, oh, look a there. My baby's gone away. Well, I thought she had a heart of gold, one that I could have and hold. She took my heart for a stroll. Now I'm standing here feeling mighty low. So look a there, oh, 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 look a there. My, look a there. My baby's gone away. Well, I thought she had a heart of gold, one that I could have and hold. She took my heart for a stroll, and now I'm standing there feeling mighty low. So look a there, my, look a there. Look a there, my baby's gone away.
There you go. That's going out to Gary in Alabama. Cool tune there by the Fortuneers. Used to hear that on Oldies Radio back in the here in New York City when the CBS FM used to play records. Well, I don't want to say used to play records, where they used to play oldies. They used to play cool records like that. That's October 62 for Gary Hendren in Alabama, the Fortuneers on the Skytone label with a song entitled Look of There. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. Listen, thank you all. I know this it's a marathon show tonight, but thank you all for all your support this year with the program. And we picked up so many subscribers and listeners to the program this year. And again, it's a labor of love for your host, Johnny G. And again, my passion for the music to play this, because it takes a lot of time to put together this show. And I don't have a lot of it, but I try to make time to do it. So I kind of cut corners. I wish I could be, I try to be perfect in every sense of the way, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. And I can't expect everybody to be like me, because they just can't be. There's only one Johnny G. But anyway, so I hope you enjoyed the show, the production today. I wasn't happy with my production, but I hope you did at least enjoy the tunes that you heard today. So again, if you missed any of the show, you can watch it on the archive. It should be up there momentarily. Actually, Julian is watching it on the archive right now, as he's talking about records I played, 4 hours ago, maybe? But anyway, so what I really want to do is wish everybody a happy new year, and a happy and healthy new year as we go into 2025. I'm thankful to have great listeners like you that tune into the program and communicate with me. So that is a special thing for me. And the whole thing at the end of the day is for us to have fun. And sometimes I get a little bit too serious about it. But anyway, thank you all for being here this evening. And thank you for all that you do to promote the show. The people in the chat room, they're all so nice. It's just fun to do. So I just wish I had more time to spend on the show. Sometimes I don't. But again, thank you all for being here. Thank you, Charlene, for your help today. And thank you for all the requests. Again, if you have a request, you can send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. And again, if you're new to the program, please consider subscribing. You have to be signed into YouTube. There are a lot of people that come into the program here. We had a pretty big show tonight. We had like 736 people come by the program. And I think I saw 105 in the chat room. That beats last week's show. So it's only going to get bigger as we go each week, and that's a good thing. It is. I will be back on Wednesday evening, those of you that are into soul music, so tune in on Wednesday evening beginning at 9 p.m. right here. I got some cool records I just got in that I'm going to play. I'll feature, so they're new plays to the program. And then I'll be back next Saturday night beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 to midnight. It's like almost 2 o'clock. But anyway, thank you all for being here. We're going to close the show with a really rare record, though. And again, since it's going to be Happy New Year soon, I want everybody to have a safe and happy New Year. Don't drink too much. But I'll be here New Year's Day. Our closer from December 61, this group out of Chicago, they first recorded as the Aqualos. If people know that group, the Aqualos. And this is on Sun Ra. You know who Sun Ra is? His albums are in demand, Sun Ra. I play a couple records on the Cosmic Rays was one of the groups that he would manage. And I don't know how this group ended up on his Sat Tour, because he owned the Saturn label. This is the Sat Tour label. And Greg sold me this. I think he found 3 copies of this at a record show. Of course, he sold me one, and it wasn't cheap. But this is from December of 61. This group, the Aqualos, also recorded on the M&M label. They also recorded as Little Prince and the Freeloaders, and also as Willie Logan and the Plaids. This is a good soul record that they do. But this is from December 61. They're called The Qualities on Satyr Records, and the song is called Happy New Year. It's only a minute and something long, but anyway, it's a good closer for a show like tonight. So Johnny G's out of here. I got to go do some other type of work, but I'll see you here in the new year, 2025. Those of you that'll tune in on Wednesday evening, it'll be a new year. We'll start it all over again. So thank you all for that. Everybody have a safe and happy remainder of the week next week and holiday, and I'll see you next time right here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Just want to say, everybody, so long, the qualities.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's to you.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's to you. 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 May your days be bright. May your troubles Happy New Year's to you. 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 May your days be bright. May your trouble be light. Throughout this wonderful year. Everybody. Throughout this wonderful year. Happy New Year's to you. This wonderful year. Happy New Year's to you. Throughout this wonderful year. And you. Throughout this wonderful year. Happy New Year's to you. Throughout this wonderful year. Happy New Year's to you.